What if the very chains that bind you are the key to your power? Picture this, a world where the oppressed rise against their oppressors, not with mere anger, but with a ferocity that ignites the heavens. Blood spills, alliances fracture, and the battlefield trembles under the weight of an ancient prophecy, whispered among shadows. In a landscape marked by the iron grip of tyranny, a singular battle shifts the axis of fate, morphing slaves into kings. Can you feel the tension crackling in the air, like static before a storm? This isn't your average tale of rebellion. This is a high-stakes chess game played with swords instead of pawns, where every move could turn the tides or seal your doom. The stakes? Nothing less than the soul of a nation. Imagine a motley crew of warriors, once shackled souls, who now wield swords like thunderbolts. Their laughter, dark and defiant, echoes through the corridors of power, rattling the very bones of those who thought they were untouchable. How could a band of outcasts, branded by chains, turn the tide against their would-be masters? Because they possess a secret so potent that it could shatter empires. Every swing of the sword whispers tales of betrayal, of blood feuds that simmer like a pot on the verge of boiling over. The battlefield isn't just dirt and despair, it's an arena of destiny, where the lines between friend and foe blur under a shroud of smoke and fire. Can you hear the drums of war? They are the heartbeat of a revolution, thrumming in sync with the pulse of vengeance. But wait, what happens when the very leaders of that rebellion are haunted by their own demons? The past clings to them like a relentless shadow, each victory tainted by the ghosts of those they left behind. How does one carry the weight of freedom when the price of that freedom is betrayal? The truth twists in the air, heavy and suffocating, demanding to be faced. And then there's the enigmatic figure at the helm, a strategist with a mind sharper than the blades they brandish. Is he a savior or a villain? The whispers spiral like smoke, curling around the minds of those who seek answers. Allies become adversaries in the blink of an eye, as the plot thickens like the fog that cloaks the very battleground they fight upon. Amidst flickering torchlight and the clash of steel, you'll question everything you thought you knew about loyalty, power, and the brittle nature of freedom. Can hope be forged from desperation? Can the shackled rise to wear crowns, or will they simply trade one form of bondage for another? Prepare yourself for a tempest of revelations. Each turn of the page pulls you deeper into a labyrinth of intrigue that refuses to let go. The battle is on, but this war isn't just about territory, it's a savage dance of souls, fighting for a future that's never been theirs until now. Welcome to the chaos. Welcome to the heart of darkness. A single, piercing cry shatters the stillness, reverberating through the damp air like the tolling of a mournful bell. I'm standing in the shadows of a crumbling stone building, the weight of centuries pressing down on me. The scent of desperation mixes with the brackish odor of sweat and despair, curling around my throat like a noose. Around me, the flickering torchlight casts dancing specters on the wall, ghosts of the past whispering secrets I can barely comprehend, yet somehow feel deep within my marrow. In that moment, I see him, an African man, strong yet trembling, his eyes wide and wild, reflecting the turmoil of a soul on the brink of despair. I remember the way his fists clench and unclench, fingers curling against invisible chains, each movement echoing the story of 1,000 unspoken horrors. He is Kofi, a father, a husband, a man forged in the fires of resilience, now marked for a fate that threatens to consume him whole. I remember the day he left his village, the sun rising like molten gold over the horizon, as if mocking the darkness yet to come. The laughter of children playing in the distance, his children, fills the air, a haunting melody that contrasts sharply with the silence that soon follows. He remembers. He holds on to that laughter like a life buoy, even as dread coils in his stomach. We all remember what was taken from us, but he remembers the moment it slipped away, the instant the world turned into a cage. Father, a voice echoes in my memory, soft yet piercing. I can see Kofi's daughter, Adia, her tiny hands reaching for him, her eyes brimming with innocence, unaware of the horrors that lie ahead. I watch as Kofi is thrust into a darkened hold, the stench of fear hanging thick in the air, a suffocating blanket that wraps around him. He is not alone. There are others, men and women, their faces a tapestry of anguish and defiance. They cling to each other in this wretched space, their breaths coming together in a chorus of shared suffering. Each heartbeat merges with the rhythm of the ship's timbers, a reminder that they are alive, for now. Then there's Amina, a woman with a spirit bright enough to rival the sun, fierce and unyielding, yet trapped in an unforgiving world. She watches Kofi from the shadows, her heart racing. She remembers her own village, where the earth was warm beneath her feet and the laughter of her kin filled the air. She remembers the day she was taken, the moment when shadows stretched over her life, darkening everything she loved. I can see her standing at the edge of her memories, a ghost haunting the periphery of her own existence. "You'll never break me," she murmurs, though the cracks in her voice betray the truth. She fears the weight of the cage that seeks to pin her down. But Kofi's presence ignites something in her, a fragile spark of hope twisted with rebellion. In the depths of despair, they find each other, two souls bound by a shared nightmare, their hearts echoing with the weight of their struggle. They exchange glances, a fleeting moment that screams louder than any chains. Outside, the world moves on, a cruel irony of indifference. The sun rises and sets, days morph into nights, yet inside that wretched hold, time stands still. Each tick of a clock is a reminder of the last breath of freedom, the inexorable march toward a life of servitude. I can feel the tension tighten like a noose around my throat, the air thick with unspoken words. The sailors, men molded by their own greed and desperation, shout commands in a language that feels foreign yet familiar, their laughter a cold wind that cuts through the fabric of hope. They see Kofi and Amina as commodities, pieces of meat to be bartered and sold, not as human beings with dreams and memories cloaked in shadows. The ship creaks ominously, a living entity that sways with the weight of its cargo, a heart beating with the pulse of every soul trapped within. I remember a time when the oceans were seen as vast and infinite, a place of escape. Now, they are a prison, their depths swallowing dreams whole. "Courage," Kofi whispers to Amina, his voice a low rumble, yet it carries an intensity that could ignite a fire in the coldest of hearts. "We will endure. They cannot take our spirits." But how can one endure when the world is painted in shades of sorrow? I see Amina's gaze falter, a crack in her resolve as she grapples with the weight of despair. The darkness creeps in, whispering insidious promises of hopelessness. In that moment, they're no longer simply characters in a tale of tragedy, they are the embodiment of resilience, of an unquenchable thirst for freedom. They are not without flaws. Kofi's anger simmers just beneath the surface, a volatile storm threatening to break, while Amina's fear tugs at her heartstrings, a constant reminder of her vulnerability. Yet, it is within their flaws that their strength lies, in their shared humanity, they forge an unbreakable bond. The ship rocks, the wind howling like a banshee, echoing their cries for freedom. They hold on to each other, two flickering candles in a storm, their hearts beating in synchronicity. It is as if the universe has conspired to bring them together, yet the impending darkness looms ahead, ready to swallow them whole. I remember how time stretches then, each moment a lifetime, each breath a potential farewell. The shadows around them whisper secrets of the past, tales of sorrow and pain woven into the fabric of existence. They cling to each other, the world outside fading away into an abyss. As the ship sails toward uncertainty, I feel the weight of history pressing down, an invisible hand gripping my heart. The origins of slavery are not merely facts etched in dusty pages, they are the raw, unfiltered emotions of those who lived and breathed through the horror. In this moment, I am not merely a spectator, I am part of their struggle, their pain, their unyielding quest for freedom. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the moment shifts. The storm rages outside, but it is the tempest within that threatens to erupt. Kofi and Amina stand on the precipice, their eyes locked in a gaze that speaks of 1,000 unsaid words, their souls intertwined in the chaos. The past haunts them, the future looms uncertain, yet here they are, alive in this fleeting moment, a testament to the indomitable human spirit. The shadows grow longer, the air thick with anticipation, and still, we are left hanging, caught in the balance between hope and despair. This story, this heart-wrenching tale, does not end here. No, it spirals outward, echoing through the caverns of time, pulling us deeper into an abyss that we cannot escape. The origins of slavery echo, reverberating through every heartbeat, every breath, as the struggle continues, unyielding and fierce. And somewhere, in the distance, a clock ticks on, reminding us that time is a relentless force, one that we'll never forget. The air crackles with a tension so thick you could slice it with a knife. A merchant ship looms in the distance, its sails billowing like the ghostly wings of some leviathan, casting shadows on the sun-drenched waters below. The sun glints off its dark hull, a sinister glimmer, hinting at the horrors locked within. I remember the sound, the chains clanking against the wooden deck echoed like a death knell, each link a promise of despair. I remember the faces, haunted eyes, hollow cheeks, a collective gasp that seemed to rise from the souls of the damned. In the port town of Bristol, where cobblestones remember the weight of countless feet, we're caught in a whirlwind of greed and desperation. William, a young man of 18, stands at the edge of the docks, heart racing, breath quickening. His father's voice, thick with disappointment, rings in his ears. Money is the only language they understand, boy. William's hands shake, not from fear alone but from the intoxicating lure of wealth. He watches the merchants, their eyes alight with avarice, haggling over lives like one might barter for sheep or grain. Look at them, a voice rasps beside him. It's Eliza, her face smeared with ash and sorrow. She's a seamstress, once known for her delicate stitching, now a shadow of her former self. They are selling souls. Do you think they ever sleep? Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, rage simmering just beneath the surface. Eliza has lost too many to this vile trade, her brother, a bright boy who dreamed of far-off lands, now a forgotten name swallowed by the ocean. I don't know what else to do. William bursts out, and the words tumble from him like stones, heavy and jagged. He wants to be brave, to wield the kind of power these merchants do, but with each glance at the ship, the weight of the world presses down on him. I could make something of myself. I could earn my way. Away from what? Eliza's voice is a whipcrack in the stillness. From morality? From humanity. She gestures wildly, her hands trembling. You think they care about us? About the people they crush for a profit? Her passion ignites, a fire that could consume them both, illuminating the darkness around them. The ships are not just vessels, they are prisons. They whisper of men clawing for survival in a world that's turned its back on them. I remember the stench, sweat mingling with despair, the salty tang of tears turned to bitterness. And in the holds, men, women, and children shackled together, their bodies pressed against each other, a mass of flesh and fear. The ship creaks as it shifts, mirroring the turmoil in William's gut. I have dreams too, he murmurs, a confession that feels more like a curse. Images flash in his mind, fields of green swaying in the wind, a home that is warm and welcoming. But those dreams are bound in chains, buried under the weight of the choice he must make. What if I could rise above? What if I could change it all? Eliza eyes him, her heart aching for the boy she once thought capable of greatness. And become what? A monster. The sunlight catches the tears on her cheeks, glistening like diamonds in the grime. You'll drown in that world, just a cog in their machine. She turns away, her heart breaking for him, for the choices he's forced to confront. The bell tolls, its somber clang reverberating through the air, a reminder of time passing, lives lost, and the relentless march of greed. William's heartbeat synchronizes with each toll, a frantic drumbeat that propels him toward the edge of his own resolve. He feels the pull of the ocean, a siren's call promising more than he could ever have imagined, a life of comfort, of power, of respect. But at what cost? The merchants convene, laughter bubbling up like a sickly sweet poison, their voices a cacophony drowning out his thoughts. We'll take the lot, one bellows, slapping a palm against a table laden with coins. These souls are worth their weight in gold. William's stomach lurches, gold that glistens under the sun while the chains they forge in the darkness sing songs of anguish. In that moment, I see the cracks forming in William's facade. He's a child caught between the allure of prosperity and the gnawing ache of conscience. What's the price of a life, he wonders silently, while Eliza's heart resists the 1,000 words left unsaid. The choices they face are insurmountable, a chasm wider than the ocean itself. Sometimes, she says softly, her voice nearly lost to the wind, the bravest choice is to walk away. But how does one walk away from the promise of fortune? From a world that seems to demand sacrifice as a price of passage? William's breath catches as he witnesses a figure approaching the ship, a young boy, no older than 10, skin glistening like polished ebony, eyes wide with the kind of fear that steals the breath from one's lungs. He's dragged forward by rough hands, his cry swallowed by the tides as he disappears into the ship's belly. It's a reminder of the monster they face, the weight of a future built on the backs of the innocent. Will you stand idly by? Eliza's voice pierces the air, challenging him to confront his own fears. Will you be complicit in their sins? Her question hangs between them, a knife poised to cut through the silence. As the sun dips lower, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, William's heart pounds like a war drum, each beat echoing the gravity of the choice before him. Shadows stretch across the docks, whispering secrets of those who came before, dreams turn to nightmares, lives extinguished for the sake of greed. Time slips away, a cruel trick, taunting him with the inevitability of tomorrow. As the last light fades, William stands at the precipice of a decision, a choice that will define him, that will echo through history like the toll of the bell. What will he become? A savior or a sinner? In this moment, the lines blur, and the stakes rise higher than the horizon. With a deep breath that shakes his very core, he steps forward, swallowed by the shadows of the past. The smell of the sea mingles with the scent of blood, and the night looms large, ready to consume them all. The chains rattle again, a foreboding symphony of despair, urging him toward a destiny fraught with uncertainty. And as the ship sails into the darkness, taking with it the fragments of countless lives, the stakes of their decisions pulse through the air, alive and electric, echoing the weight of the choices that bind them. A heart beats. A life hangs in the balance. And the tide, relentless and unforgiving, waits for no one. The stench of sweat and fear hung heavy in the air, thick as fog, swallowing the cries of the damned. I leaned against the rough wooden wall of the ship, my heart hammering, a caged bird desperate for escape. A boy, no older than 10, pressed his back against the hull, eyes wide, glistening with tears yet unspilled. I could see the questions flickering behind his gaze. Where were we going? Why had they taken us? The night outside swallowed the moon, and darkness draped over us like a shroud. A sudden lurch of the vessel sent waves crashing into the sides, and I stumbled, clutching the boy's shoulder. "Hold on," I whispered, but my voice was a shivering leaf caught in the gale. Around us, bodies, too many bodies, squirmed and writhed in the stifling, suffocating gloom. I felt the weight of their despair pressing against me, a tide of sorrow and anguish that threatened to drag me under. I remember thinking, we are the ghosts of our own lives, our pasts washed away by the salty waves, our futures chained to the floorboards of this wretched ship. Then there was Jari, a man with scars etched into his skin, each one a story of survival, each one a reminder of his chained fate. He sat across the small space, eyes narrowed, watching the captors with a mixture of venom and resignation. I admired his strength, even as despair clawed at my own heart. "You're a fool to hope," he spat one day, his voice low and jagged like shattered glass. But those words struck me hard, a dagger to the gut because I, too, could feel hope flickering like a dying candle. I remember the nights best, the way the darkness became our shared blanket, wrapping us in a cold embrace. I would listen to the soft whimpers of the boy and the haunted tales Jari whispered, stories of the places we once called home, the vibrant colors of life that now felt like a distant dream. Each story was a thread that wove through the night, connecting us, binding us tighter in our shared suffering. "You can't break a spirit that refuses to bend," Jari said once, and I clung to those words like a lifeline, even as I felt the chains of despair tightening around my chest. But in the silence of those cramped quarters, shadows danced and whispered secrets of despair. The sound of the ocean became a lullaby of sorrow, each wave crashing against the hull a reminder of our fate, lost souls adrift in an endless sea. I would close my eyes, imagining freedom, the lush green of my homeland, the laughter of my family, but every time I opened them, I was met with the stark reality of iron shackles and the weight of hopelessness. The boy's name was Kofi, which means born on Friday, but here, he was just another number, another lost life. I remember cradling him in my arms one night as he shivered from the chill that seeped through the walls. "Will we ever see land again?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. My heart sank. I wanted to tell him stories of rolling hills and sun-drenched fields, of laughter and joy, but all I could muster was, "We must hold on." And in that moment, I felt the enormity of my own helplessness knotting in my throat. Days folded into weeks, time stretching and warping like the shadows around us. I'd watch Jai as he paced, eyes aflame with the determination of a wildfire. "We will rise," he'd say, fists clenched like iron. "We are not just cargo. We are flesh, blood, and spirit." But every time he declared the promise of rebellion, the fear in our hearts would swell, voices choking on the uncertainty of our dreams. And then one fateful night, the sky opened up and poured forth its fury. The ship creaked and groaned, a beast caught in the throes of agony. The ocean roared, waves crashing against the sides, throwing us around like rag dolls. My heart raced. "Jari!" I called out, my voice lost in the tumult. I could see the terror in Kofi's eyes as he clung tighter to me, the fragile grip of innocence slipping away. In the chaos, Jari's voice rose above the storm, a rallying cry piercing through the darkness. "Now! We fight!" The words ignited something deep within me, a spark that erupted into a blaze. We surged as one, desperate and wild, a tide of humanity against our captors. The air crackled with energy, a brutal symphony of struggle and desperation. I felt alive, if only for a moment, as if the chains that bound us could not cradle the spirit that howled within. But then, the moment shattered. A gunshot rang out, piercing the night's rhythm with a cruel finality. I fell flat, the world flipping, and for a heartbeat, silence enveloped us, a haunting calm before the storm. The air thickened with the metallic tang of blood, and screams echoed around me. I remember the weight of despair crashing down, an avalanche of hopelessness that threatened to swallow us whole. Kofi was gone, snatched away by the chaos, his small form lost in the surging sea of desperation. I reached for him, hands grasping at shadows, but he was swallowed by the darkness, leaving only echoes of his laughter lingering in the air. "Kofi!" I screamed, but my voice was a ghost, a whisper lost to the raging wind. The night faded into an eerie silence, the storm passed but the wreckage of our souls remained. I sat amidst the chaos, Jari beside me, both of us irrevocably changed. "We are still here," he said quietly, the fire in his eyes dim but not extinguished. "We must carry their memories." And in that moment, my heart ached for the lost, the forgotten, the dreams that had drowned in a sea of despair. As the waves rocked the ship, I felt the rhythm of time slipping through my fingers like sand. Each heartbeat became a ticking clock, a reminder of our fragile existence. We were ghosts of a forgotten past, bound together by the weight of survival, drifting endlessly on the tides of despair. A crack of thunder split the air, echoing like a gunshot across the fields, the sound heavy with the weight of foreboding. Raindrops began to fall, slow at first, then relentless, drumming upon the tin roofs of the quarters like a warning. Amidst the chaos, Collie stood frozen in the muck of the plantation yard, staring into the distance where the horizon blurred into a grey haze. Her heart raced, a wild stallion galloping through the valleys of her mind, while the storm drowned out every whispered thought. She could taste the salt of tears mingling with the rain, the tang of dread forming a lump in her throat. "I remember," she whispered to the earth beneath her feet, words heavy with sorrow. "I remember the scent of fresh cotton, the sweetness of sweat and toil, before it all turned sour." Each syllable was a ghost she could scarcely shake off, a haunting reminder of what was lost and what she was yet to lose. There was no shelter from the storm, neither the weather nor the relentless gaze of the overseer, who stood a mere shadow away, his presence a looming spectre ready to pounce. Daniel, her brother, was hunched over in the corner of the yard, fingers clutching a blade of grass, chewing on it like it was a lifeline. His eyes darted, searching for escape from the suffocating grip of despair. "If we just," he stopped mid-sentence, the words choking him. The thought of freedom hung in the air, a tantalizing mirage that seemed to laugh at their reality. Freedom was an idea, a flickering candle in a howling wind, and he was terrified of the gust that might extinguish it forever. The rain poured down, washing away the dirt but never the stains of their existence. Collie could feel the mud seep into her sandals, the coolness intensifying the heat of her rage. They were mere tools in the hands of men who saw them as less than human, and every drop of rain felt like a reminder of their worthlessness. The cotton fields whispered secrets, but all she heard was a cacophony of horror, a lifetime of suffering pressed into the fertile ground. "I won't let them take you, Collie," Daniel said suddenly, his voice rising above the storm, each word laced with desperation. "I promise." Yet there was a tremor in his voice, a crack that hinted at the fractures in his own resolve. She could see the way he clenched his fists, the tendon straining, a silent battle against the encroaching darkness that had become their lives. In that moment, a distant shout cut through the rain, a command, harsh and unforgiving. Collie's breath caught in her throat as the overseer strode closer, his shadow swallowing her brother whole. "Get back to work," he bellowed, a chilling reminder of the consequences of defiance. The sound reverberated through her bones, igniting a primal fear that clawed at her chest. "I remember," she murmured again, "the laughter of children, the taste of ripe fruit stolen from the kitchen. I remember the nights we sang under the stars, unburdened by chains. But dreams had a way of unraveling, like threads pulled too tight. The songs were replaced by cries, the laughter by silence." Her heart ached for those stolen moments, for the fleeting joys that evoked a world so far from this one, a world where sunlight didn't feel like a curse but a blessing. Daniel caught her gaze, and in that split second, an unspoken understanding bloomed between them, fierce and incandescent. It was a spark that could ignite a revolution, or consume them both in flames. "We have to go," he said, his voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the tempest. "Tonight." The promise of rebellion lingered in the air, thick as the storm itself. Collie felt the pull of the horizon, a siren call beckoning her toward the dark unknown. But with every heartbeat came the weight of reality, the knowledge of what lay beyond the fields and the overseer's whip, the treachery that awaited, the betrayal that could come from anyone, even those who shared her blood. Yet, the thought of remaining trapped in this hell felt unbearable. "I remember," she began again, but the words caught in her throat, tangled in the web of fear and longing. "Don't remember, Collie." Daniel's eyes were fierce, desperate. "We need to forget, if only for tonight." The storm raged on, a chaotic symphony of nature that matched the turmoil in their hearts. The rain pelted down like stones, each drop a reminder of the pain they endured, but also a promise of washing away their chains if only they dared to run. Every flash of lightning illuminated the promise of freedom, but it also revealed the lurking dangers, the hounds ready to chase, the guns poised to fire. And then, just as the darkness felt insurmountable, a flicker of light danced on the horizon, almost ethereal, a beacon for those willing to risk it all. Collie's heart quickened, racing alongside the thunder, the rhythm of the storm matching the tremors of her resolve. "We'll run," she breathed, the decision spilling from her lips like sweet nectar, energizing her spirit. But as the thunder rolled, an icy hand gripped her heart. What if they were caught? What if the dreams they clung to were nothing but mirages? Still, the fire inside them was undeniable, raging against the oppressive night. She could see it in Daniel's eyes, the flicker of hope intertwined with fear that mirrored her own. A clock ticked in her mind, each second a reminder that time was slipping away, that the world outside their confinement waited patiently, silently judging their worth. They had to move before the sun rose, before their reality wrapped them in its suffocating embrace once more. "Tonight, Daniel," she whispered fiercely, clenching her fists as if to anchor herself in that moment. "Tonight we break free." As the storm howled, they set their eyes on the horizon, the promise of the unknown igniting a fire within them. The rain poured down, but in their hearts, it was a cleansing rain, washing away the past and flooding the fields of their dreams with the possibility of tomorrow. With every step, they would carry the weight of their anguish, the ghosts of their ancestors, and the fierce hope that just beyond the horizon, a new life awaited. In the distance, the shadows began to shift, and the night deepened, concealing them in its embrace as they took their first steps toward freedom. In the heart of the city, darkness clung to the cobblestones like a wet blanket, heavy and suffocating. The night whispered secrets, but they weren't soft, they clawed at the very air, a reminder of the disquiet that simmered beneath the surface. A sharp gasp shattered the silence, a sound that echoed in the alleyways where shadows danced, where the flickering lanterns struggled against the oppressive gloom. "I remember that night. I remember the chill that crawled up my spine, the way the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the storm to break." Myra stood there, her back pressed against the rough stone wall, heart racing like a trapped bird. She had seen them, the enforcers, their faces hidden beneath dark hoods, eyes glinting with a cold hunger as they prowled the streets. The air was thick with fear, palpable and suffocating. She could feel it, the way it gripped her throat, squeezing tighter. They were coming for her. Not just her, but everyone who dared to think, to feel, to hope. Underneath her bravado, a trembling doubt lingered. Was it enough? Would they understand? A flicker of defiance ignited deep within her, a tiny flame refusing to be snuffed out. And then there was Thomas, a boy built of contradictions. He could be both gentle and fierce, laughter echoing in dark corners while his fists were clenched, ready for the inevitable clash. He was waiting for the moment when the spark ignited into an inferno, but as he watched Myra from across the alley, he felt the weight of her resolve settle in his bones. Together, they were a storm waiting to unleash its fury. Yet doubt gnawed at him, a voice whispering that rebellion was a fool's errand, the kind of folly that ended in silence and graves. I remember the streets, the way they were once alive with laughter and light, now cloaked in shadows and whispers. The markets had become graveyards of dreams, vendors' cries strangled by the iron grip of fear. Each alleyway was a labyrinth, twisting and turning, leading to nowhere safe. The ticking clock in the square felt like a countdown to despair, each tick echoing the heartbeat of a city on the brink of despair. Every face was a canvas of sorrow, hope smudged and forgotten, like the remnants of a once vibrant painting faded by relentless rain. And as the night deepened, the tension coiled tighter. Myra and Thomas exchanged a glance, a silent understanding thickening the air between them. They could hear the distant clamor of boots, the tempest of oppression marching forward, and yet, in that moment, there was something electric. It was the kind of defiance that sent shivers cascading down their spines, a belief that they could change the world, one act of rebellion at a time. But for every flicker of courage, there was an avalanche of fear. Myra's thoughts spiraled. What if they lost everything? What if they became shadows themselves, haunting the very streets they fought to reclaim? The faces of friends lost in the struggle flashed before her eyes, their laughter now mere echoes. She longed for a time when her dreams hadn't been crushed under the weight of despair. Yet here she stood, on the precipice of something momentous. With every heartbeat, the world seemed to swell around her, a symphony of chaos and hope. As the enforcers rounded the corner, their boots striking the ground with a dull thud, Thomas felt the fire in his chest ignite. He had lost too much to remain silent. With a raw, primal scream, he stepped forward, the echo bouncing off the walls, reverberating through the hearts of those who dared listen. It was a call to arms, an invocation of everything they had endured. The fear was still there, clawing at them, but it was accompanied by a rush of adrenaline, the promise of action igniting a long-buried rage. Together, he shouted, the word ricocheting through the darkness. Together, we rise. In that moment, everything shifted. The air crackled with energy, a charge that felt almost cosmic, like the universe was leaning in, ears perked, ready to witness the birth of something immense. Myra's heart raced, a wild drumbeat in her chest, matching the frantic rhythm of her thoughts. She joined Thomas, stepping out of the shadows, her voice a fierce whisper that turned into a rallying cry. They cannot silence us. We will not be erased. And just like that, the tide began to turn. With each word, they wove a tapestry of resistance, their voices mingling, creating a chorus of defiance that rose to the heavens, piercing through the suffocating night. They were not alone. In the corners of the alley, faces emerged, friends, strangers, all united by the desperate need for change. The fear began to dissolve, replaced by a fierce solidarity, like embers catching fire. I remember the sensation, the way the world felt anew. The edges of despair were frayed, unraveling in the face of hope. And as the enforcers charged forward, fists raised and weapons drawn, Thomas felt a rush of clarity. This was it, the moment they had been waiting for, the confrontation that could either seal their fate or shatter the chains binding them to silence. Time slowed, and he could feel the weight of history pressing upon him, the countless souls who had fought before, who had sacrificed so much for the flicker of freedom. And in that heartbeat, he knew what they had to do. Now, he screamed, charging into the fray, his heart hammering, the world narrowing down to the clash of bodies and the roar of voices. The darkness no longer felt suffocating, it felt like a canvas, ripe for change, ready to be painted with the bold strokes of their rebellion. Each step they took was a testament to their courage, each breath a defiance against the shadows that sought to consume them. And as the first punch was thrown, the first scream cut through the air, it became clear, they were no longer just fighting for themselves. They were fighting for every soul silenced, for every dream buried beneath the weight of oppression. And in that cacophony of chaos, the night birthed something new, a spark that could light the world ablaze. Rain hammered against the stained glass windows like a desperate prayer, each droplet a cry for salvation, each flash of lightning illuminating not just the church, but the turmoil within its sacred walls. The flickering candles cast shadows that danced like restless spirits, and in that sanctuary of stone, 3 souls collided, each carrying their burdens, their anguish, like a cloak heavy with the weight of unshed tears. I remember the silence that enveloped us, thick and suffocating, as if the very air held its breath, waiting for something, an epiphany, a revelation, or perhaps a reckoning. There was Elena, her eyes as stormy as the skies outside, reflecting a lifetime of doubt and hope intermingled like the colors in the glass above us. She clutched a tattered prayer book to her chest, fingers trembling, not from the cold but from the shivering truth that had become her constant companion. "Why?" she whispered, her voice breaking, slicing through the air like a blade. "Why does faith feel like a prison? Why does every prayer feel unanswered, echoing back at me like a taunt?" Next to her stood Marcus, a man whose faith had once burned like a wildfire but was now reduced to smoldering ashes. He was wrestling with the shadows of his past, guilt gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. The echoes of his brother's laughter haunted him, the memory of their last conversation replaying like an old film reel, flickering and breaking under the weight of reality. "I remember," he murmured, eyes distant, "the last time we prayed together, I thought it was just a ritual. I didn't know it would be the last thing I'd ever say to him." His voice cracked, revealing the haunted soul beneath the facade of strength he wore like armor. "Every dawn that breaks reminds me of the darkness I carried into our final moment." And then there was Ruth, a woman whose spirit had been battered and worn, yet still flickered with a spark that defied the encroaching shadows. She had buried her dreams, her ambitions, beneath a mountain of responsibility and despair. Every burden she carried was a stone in her heart, a reminder that hope was as fragile as the candles that sputtered against the storm. "Faith isn't a guarantee," she said, her voice steady, yet the tremor in her hands betrayed her. "It's a lifeline we grab onto when the waves threaten to drown us." Outside, the storm raged, but inside, we were a tempest of our own, souls colliding in a sacred battle. I could feel the electricity crackling in the air, a mixture of fear and yearning, hope and despair. The walls echoed with the weight of unspoken truths, and I realized we were not just talking about faith, we were wrestling with our very existence. "I remember," Elena said again, her voice rising like a hymn, "the first time I saw the stars. They felt so close, so infinite. But now? They're just pinholes in a dark blanket, mocking me from afar." The flickering candles illuminated her face, and I could see the raw emotion, the desperation creeping in. Each whisper revealed a fracture, each confession a chasm that separated us from the divine. The shadows crept closer, suffocating in their intensity, as we wrestled with the very essence of what it meant to believe in something greater than ourselves. And with each word, the air thickened. This was not just a conversation, it was a reckoning. Marcus stepped forward, the weight of his grief palpable, as if the very stones beneath our feet felt the tremor of his despair. "I've lost my faith, but in this darkness, I find an ember. A flicker that tells me maybe, just maybe, I'm not alone." His words hung heavily in the air, a lifeline tossed into turbulent waters. Ruth, eyeing the flickering light, leaned closer. "What if faith isn't about answers?" she suggested, her voice a quiet rebellion against the howling wind. "What if it's about resilience? About standing up again after the world has knocked you down?" I could see Elena's heart wrestling with the truth in Ruth's words, a battle of its own. She took a step back from the edge of despair, grappling with the idea that faith could be a fragile thread, one that connected us not just to the divine, but to each other. "We're all searching for something," she said, her voice finding strength, a glimpse of the divine in the mundane, a sign that we're not just drifting in darkness. The storm outside surged, as if the universe itself reflected our inner turmoil, the thunder rumbling like a chorus of lost souls. Each flash of lightning illuminated our faces, revealing the raw vulnerability in our eyes, each of us, flawed and fragile, yet fighting to hold onto something intangible. Maybe, Marcus whispered, voice hoarse with a mix of desperation and hope, spiritual resilience isn't about believing without doubt. Maybe it's about holding onto hope while wrestling with the darkness. And in that moment, the air crackled with a new energy. The storm didn't subside, but somehow, we found a bond, a fragile web of connection, stitched together with our pain, our fears, and our flickering hopes. I felt the electricity weave through us, an unspoken promise that we would stand together in the face of despair, even if we didn't have all the answers. The shadows whispered, the candles flickered, and for a brief moment, it felt as though the weight of our sorrow was shared. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, letting the storm inside and outside merge into a single heartbeat. Together, we stood on the precipice of belief and doubt, searching for meaning in the chaos. I remember. And as the thunder cracked and the wind howled, I knew this moment was not an ending but a beginning, a loop of faith and resilience. Each heartbeat tethered us to one another, spiraling through the storm, pulling us deeper into the unknown, toward whatever lay beyond, the answers, the darkness, or maybe just the hope that we would find our way back again. The whip cracked through the humid air, a sound that sliced through the night like a knife, reverberating in the hearts of the enslaved women huddled beneath the old oak tree. It was a sound forged in terror, a reminder that freedom was a distant dream, always just out of reach. I stood there, the damp earth cold beneath my feet, watching them. Mariah's face, twisted in fear, her eyes wide like saucers, she had always been the brave one, the one who dared to whisper dreams of flight. But tonight, those dreams were silenced. "Keep your heads low," I heard a voice murmur, shaky yet fierce. It was Clara, my sister in arms, my kindred spirit forged in hardship. She had a way of demanding strength when everything else felt lost, her own spirit a flickering flame against the suffocating darkness. I watched her, her fists clenched and trembling, as she prepared herself to stand against the night, against the very thing that sought to break us. "We endure, we fight." Her voice was a mantra, rhythmically weaving through the tense air like a lifeline. And there I was, lost between fear and fury, my heart pounding in sync with the distant rumble of thunder. I remember when I thought the storms were the worst of it, how naive I was. I remember the days when the light felt too bright, too vivid, blinding me from the truth of our existence. Now, the shadows felt more familiar than the sun. I could almost taste the bitterness of despair mingling with the sweet scent of jasmine that clung to the night air, a cruel reminder of life's contradictions that thrived even in our chains. "Look!" Mariah gasped, her eyes darting toward the sound of approaching footsteps. The light of the lanterns flickered ominously through the thick foliage, illuminating the fear etched on our faces. The overseer was near, his presence a storm cloud hanging heavy above us. I felt the weight of our collective breaths, a rapid heartbeat echoing in the quiet that hung between us. We huddled closer, arms entwined, the warmth of our bodies a fragile shield against the coldness of our reality. "They won't take us like that," Clara hissed, her voice trembling but resolute. We were more than just bodies, we were mothers, sisters, daughters, warriors bound by an unspoken vow to fight for one another, even if it meant facing the whip ourselves. I could see the flicker of her determination, a fire ignited in those deep-set eyes, drawing us in like moths to a flame. The rhythmic sound of our heartbeats drummed in unison, almost a song of defiance. I remember how it felt, the ache in my chest, the need to scream, to cry out against the chains binding us. But we knew better. We had learned the hard way that screams were swallowed by the night, devoured by the shadows. Instead, we would whisper dreams to each other, stealing moments of hope from the abyss that sought to consume us. As the lanterns neared, casting eerie halos of light that danced like ghosts upon the trees, Clara stepped forward. "We won't be broken," she declared, voice trembling but firm. The overseer's eyes glinted like cold steel, and for a moment, I thought he might laugh. But he didn't. Instead, he pulled the whip back, inviting the panic to swell in the air like poison, thick and suffocating. I could feel the heat of my sister's resolve radiating toward me, and with it, a surge of courage. I stepped beside Clara, our shoulders brushing, a silent pact made in defiance of the night's terror. "We will stand," I breathed, the words tasting like blood on my tongue. "We will stand." Moments stretched like eternity as the overseer loomed closer, the whip poised like a serpent ready to strike. The air around us grew electric with tension, each second heavier than the last. I could see the fear dancing in Mariah's eyes, the flicker of shadows struggling to mask the strength within her. It was there, somewhere beneath the fear, a roaring storm waiting to be unleashed. "Remember the stories," Clara whispered, her voice a soft caress against the chaos. "The stories of the women who came before us, the women who fought and bled and kept hope alive in the darkest nights." I felt the warmth of her hand gripping mine, the strength of our ancestors flowing through us, igniting a flicker of something powerful, something unyielding. The whip sliced through the air, a vicious crack that echoed like thunder. But in that moment, we were more than just bodies waiting for pain, we were legacies, echoes of generations who had endured. I could almost hear their whispers weaving through the trees, a soft song of resilience, a promise that we were not alone. Clara stepped forward, her voice rising above the darkness. "We will not be silent. We will take our power back." And that was it, the moment of ignition. A collective gasp rippled through the air, and suddenly we were no longer just frightened women, we were a force, a tempest against the night. The overseer hesitated, uncertainty washing over his face. For the first time, I saw him not as a monster but as a man, terrified of the power we were gathering. We were stronger than our chains, and that realization pulsed through my veins like fire. But every heartbeat counts, and we knew this confrontation was just a momentary spark in a long, dark night. As we stood there, unified, I could feel the shadows creeping back, the weight of despair pressing down like a heavy cloak. Would our courage be enough? Would we be able to carry the dreams of our ancestors forward into the dawn? The lanterns flickered, the overseer's eyes narrowed, and the tension hung thick like a noose around our necks. And as the first crack of dawn began to bleed into the horizon, I could sense the possibility of change lingering just out of reach, a whisper of rebellion in the air. The storm raged on, but we were no longer just victims caught in its grip. We were something more, sisters, warriors, voices of the night, and as the light began to creep slowly, tentatively over the horizon, I dared to dream. We would not be broken. We would rise like the sun, and with it, we would carry the stories of every woman who had come before us, lighting the path toward a future we could only begin to imagine. And the fight had just begun. The night was a black shroud, a curtain drawn tight against the sky, as if the universe itself held its breath. Somewhere in the distance, a lone owl called, a wail that shattered the stillness, echoing through the trees like a ghostly reminder of what lay hidden in the shadows. I felt it in my bones, the tension, a tangible weight pressing against my chest. I remember the fear, the thudding of my heart, pulsating like drums in a distant village. "Run," shouted Amina, her voice sharp as a jagged rock. I didn't need to look back, the scent of smoke and sweat filled my nostrils, mingling with the earthy musk of the forest floor. Flames danced, flickering like lost souls, and behind us, the men with their whips and torches surged forward, hunger in their eyes. They were predators, and we, fleeing, desperate, were prey. My legs moved as if they had a mind of their own, but even in my frantic escape, I felt the pull of history, a haunting tether to the blood-soaked ground beneath us. "Did you hear them?" I gasped, panting, the words clawing their way out of my throat. Amina nodded, her eyes wide and wild. It was the kind of look that said she was trying to swallow down her own terror, but I could see the cracks in her armor. She was so strong, but even the unstoppable can falter. "They won't stop until they have us," she breathed, the reality slicing through me like a knife. And then there was Kofi, my brother, always standing on the edge of bravery and despair. I caught a glimpse of him, just a heartbeat away, his face illuminated by the flickering flames. He was always making jokes, even in the darkest moments. "Did you hear about the enslaved man who tried to run away? He really took a leap of faith." But the laughter fled from his lips as he turned toward us, eyes glistening with something unnameable. A plea, perhaps? Or was it a ghost of hope, a flicker that refused to die? "Keep moving," he shouted, and that was the moment when I thought maybe I would break. Maybe this time, fate wouldn't be so merciful. I remember the way the cool night air clung to my skin like a memory I didn't want to confront. What did freedom mean if it led to this, an endless flight into oblivion? Trees loomed around us, ancient and indifferent, their branches arching like skeletal fingers reaching out, ensnaring us in their grasp. I remember, the echoes of laughter from days long past, the sweet taste of freedom as a child, running barefoot through fields of wildflowers, the sun kissing my skin. It felt like a dream now, taunting me, a distant life I could barely recall. All that remained was the chill of night and the fear that wrapped around us tighter than any chain ever could. "Split up!" Amina cried, urgency coating her words. "They can't catch us all." Somehow, I knew it was a gamble, a risk that could end everything. But it felt like our only choice, like the last flicker of a dying candle. I grasped Kofi's hand, squeezing it, feeling the pulse of his determination flow through me. "Promise me we'll find each other," I whispered, and he nodded, though I could see the uncertainty in his eyes. We were children of the night now, split between shadows, each of us a flickering flame desperate to survive in a world that sought to extinguish us. The forest swallowed us whole. The trees encased us, wrapping their gnarled limbs around our fears, forcing us to confront what lay ahead. I stumbled over roots and stones, my breath ragged, the rhythm of my pulse sinking with the pounding of the night. I felt alive in that moment, but also dead, caught between two worlds, with the whispers of ancestors urging us forward. But then the silence fell, thick and oppressive. The crackle of the fire behind us dimmed, replaced by the low thrumming of a heartbeat, the echo of something greater, something that beckoned us to forge a path of our own. And that's when the realization hit me, colder than the night air, this was our rebirth. Amidst the terror, we were carving our own destinies. We were not merely fleeing, we were rising. I remember stumbling upon a hollowed-out tree, its bark worn, ancient, as if it had been waiting for us all along. Kofi and Amina joined me, eyes wide with realization. "This is where we start," Kofi murmured, his voice a soft tremor. I could see it then, the ghosts of our ancestors swirling around us, their hopes, their dreams, their struggles breathing life into the air. We were not alone. In that moment, I understood that maroon societies were not just a refuge, they were a sanctuary of our collective spirit, a testament to our resilience. Amina smiled through her tears, and her laughter danced with the wind, wrapping around us like a warm embrace. "We'll build something here," she said, conviction shimmering in her eyes. "A home for all of us." The fear began to ebb, replaced by a burgeoning sense of purpose, a flicker of audacity igniting within. As if the world had shifted, we were no longer just remnants of a lost past, but architects of our future. With every breath, the weight of history and the hope for tomorrow intertwined like the roots of the trees surrounding us. "Together," I whispered, and it felt like a promise unbroken, a vow forged in the heart of adversity. Together, we would form something beautiful, something fierce, a maroon society rising from the ashes of our despair, reclaiming our narratives, and weaving our tales into the fabric of this land. But the night was still young, and danger still lurked in the shadows, waiting for the moment to strike. And as we gathered our resolve, the eerie silence hung heavy, a reminder that the fight was far from over. Our hearts were pounding in unison, a symphony of defiance against a world steeped in darkness. The past would always chase us, but in the depths of that night, we found ourselves, lost children transformed into warriors. And the journey had only just begun. The clock was ticking, and the universe conspired around us, the stars bearing witness to our uprising, a cosmic dance of fate and fire. The thunder of muskets and cannon fire echoed through the smoke-choked air, a cacophony of freedom and despair mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Martha crouched beneath the flickering candlelight, her heart a wild drum against her ribcage, each beat a reminder of the chains that bound her. She could almost feel them clanking, an iron symphony of bondage, each note a legacy passed down through generations. Outside, soldiers shouted feverishly, voices thick with anger and purpose, drowning out the whispers of her ancestors who had fought and bled for a freedom that remained tantalizingly out of reach. Martha was a woman caught between two worlds, the weight of her lineage pressing down on her like an anvil. She was born into servitude, a life written in the creases of her mother's calloused hands. But now, a revolution was raging, an explosion of ideals, a cacophony of cries for liberty that felt both like a beacon and a taunt. She dared to believe in the promise of a new dawn, yet the specter of her reality loomed large, a shadow that darkened every dream she dared to entertain. Across town, Thomas paced restlessly, his mind a tempest of conflicting loyalties. He was a soldier, sworn to fight for the very essence of freedom, yet he couldn't shake the gnawing guilt that clawed at him from within. His family's wealth was built on the backs of those like Martha, their screams muffled by the clinking of coins, their dreams extinguished by the unyielding grasp of his ancestors. As a revolutionary, his heart surged with the fervor of change, yet when he closed his eyes, all he could see was Martha's face, her eyes a stormy sea of hope and resentment. He remembered the first time he met her, the way she laughed, an unguarded sound that momentarily shattered his fortress of privilege. She had been fetching water from the well, her hands graceful despite the dirt that clung to her skin. "You don't know what it is to be free," she had challenged him, her voice a sharp knife slicing through the quiet of the afternoon. He had wanted to argue, to defend his place in this world, but the truth had lodged itself deep within his throat, choking him in silence. He hadn't known how to respond, how to articulate the shame that wrapped around his heart like a vice. Now, standing on the precipice of battle, he felt the weight of the revolution shifting beneath him, a force of nature that threatened to engulf everything he thought he understood. The cries for liberty rang in his ears, but they quickly faded into a haunting echo, replaced by the cries of those who remained shackled. The revolution was supposed to herald a new age, but what of the people who had been forgotten in the rhetoric? He was caught like a moth drawn to the flame of freedom, the very light promising warmth while also threatening to consume him whole. Meanwhile, Martha's thoughts drifted to the dreams she had dared to entertain in the dead of night. Dreams where she was not just a shadow flitting between the walls of another's home, but a sun, blazing and radiant, illuminating a path for others. "I remember," she whispered into the darkness, "the stories of my mother, of my grandmother, who told me of a time when the world was not so cruel. The stars in their eyes, the fire in their hearts." But those stories felt like ghosts now, mere echoes in the wind, whispers of a freedom that had eluded them for centuries. The tension hung heavy in the air as Thomas finally made his way to her, the weight of his own conflict etched in every line of his face. He approached her cautiously, as if stepping onto hallowed ground. "Martha," he began, but the sound of cannon fire interrupted him, a brutal reminder of the battle that loomed. Their eyes locked, a fragile truce forming between them, a moment pregnant with unspoken words, of desires and fears that had been held close for too long. "I am not your enemy," he finally said, his voice like gravel, rough yet earnest. "I fight for my freedom, but I know it cannot come at the cost of yours." The words hung in the air, heavy as lead, a promise tinged with desperation. Martha's heart thundered, she wanted to believe him, but the chains of doubt and history rattled in her mind. She could feel the ghosts of her ancestors surrounding her, their silent screams urging her to resist, to demand more. But what could she demand from a man caught in a storm of his own making? The truth was raw and jagged, a knife that cut both ways. "You fight for yourself," she spat, her voice rising with the heat of anger and pain. "But what of me? What of my people?" The words were like arrows, piercing the air between them, each one a reminder of the unbridgeable chasm that lay in their shared history. "Do you think I don't see you?" he countered, desperation creeping into his tone. "I see you, Martha. More than I want to. More than is safe." His words hung there, an offering of vulnerability amidst the chaos, a spark of connection in a world of divide. They stood, two souls entangled in a web of contradictions, the revolution raging outside like a tempest that threatened to sweep them both away. And then the moment shattered, a cannonball crashing through the tension, the world around them erupting into chaos. The smoke enveloped them, twisting and curling, and for a heartbeat, it felt as though the past and future collided in that instant. They were not just products of their environments, but fragile human beings desperately yearning for connection and understanding. Martha's heart soared and plummeted in equal measure. She wanted to clasp the hope he offered but felt the weight of her lineage pulling her back. "I remember," she murmured again, a mantra that filled the silence that followed. "I remember the stories, the dreams, the chains. The past echoed in her mind, a whirlwind of pain and resilience, a reminder that the battle for freedom was not just fought on the fields of war, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream. As the world around them erupted, the ground trembling beneath their feet, Thomas reached out, fingers brushing against her cheek, a fleeting, fragile connection that defied the chaos swirling outside. "Then let us forge a future together, a new story," he pleaded, but the air crackled with uncertainty, the weight of history thick between them. Time stood still, but the battle raged on, the cries for freedom a haunting refrain that echoed through the night. And as the flames of revolution lit the sky, painting it in hues of fire and sorrow, Martha and Thomas found themselves at the edge of an impossible choice, between the ghosts of their pasts and the shimmer of a future that felt as distant as the stars. In that flickering candlelight, they grasped at the threads of hope and despair, their fates intertwined, each heartbeat resonating with the unyielding spirit of those who had come before them, and the realization that perhaps, just perhaps, the chains that bound them were not as unbreakable as they had once believed. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow over the fields of sugarcane that stretched like a sea of whispered secrets. The air hung thick with the sweet scent of desperation, a fragrance too potent to ignore. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a collective heartbeat thumping with the weight of unyielded dreams and the flickering flames of rebellion that danced at the edges of every soul. I remember hearing the first crack of the whip, sharp enough to fracture the silence. It echoed across the plantation like a gunshot, a sound that would shatter the night and awaken ghosts buried deep in the ground. The overseer's laughter was a low growl, an animalistic sound that sent shivers up my spine. I stood frozen, hidden behind the gnarled trunk of a mango tree, my heart hammering against my ribs like a bird seeking escape. In that moment, I saw her, Celeste, her eyes blazing with defiance, even as she knelt under the weight of the chains that clasped her wrists. A spark ignited in her gaze, a promise of fire yet to come. She was bold, too bold for a world that sought to crush her spirit. I remember how the moonlight kissed her skin, turning the scars on her back into a map of suffering and resilience. They told her she was nothing, but I saw the truth. She was the storm that would ravage the calm, the fury of 1,000 souls gathered in her heart. And then there was Toussaint, a man whose mind danced on the knife's edge of brilliance and madness. I could feel the tension coiling around him, thick as the night air, as he orchestrated plans from the shadows. His mind worked like a clock, ticking toward an inexorable hour of reckoning that none could predict. I remember the way he spoke, every word infused with the weight of history, as if he were summoning the spirits of ancestors long lost. "Freedom," he would whisper, and in that single breath, a legion of dreams rose to life. But dreams come at a price. The night was alive with murmurs, the wind carrying hushed whispers of insurrection. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, flickers of hope mingling with the specters of despair. The plantation was a living being, a monster fanged and clawed, and we were the captives trapped within its belly. I remember the taste of fear, bitter and metallic, pressing against my tongue as I clutched a small, rusted blade hidden in my skirt. It was a talisman, a promise that if the time came, I would fight for Celeste, for Toussaint, for every soul bound beneath the yoke of oppression. The night deepened, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, charged like the stillness before a lightning strike. Then came the moment when silence erupted, Celeste's voice cutting through the darkness, sharp as glass. "Tonight, we rise." It was a command, a melody that pulled at the heartstrings of every captive. I remember the way her words floated in the air, shimmering with possibility. I could see the flickers of courage igniting in the eyes of those around us, men and women who had once been shadows of their former selves, now rising like flames licking the night sky. But with courage came fear, a gnawing dread that threatened to consume us. The overseers were not blind, they would retaliate with a fury that would swallow us whole. As the first shots rang out, the world erupted into chaos. I remember the taste of gunpowder in the air, the cries of the wounded piercing through the din, a cacophony that echoed the agony of generations. Celeste fought like a wildcat, her spirit unyielding even as the darkness threatened to swallow her. I could see the fire in her eyes, and with every strike, she carved a path forward, her body a weapon, her heart a shield. But Toussaint, he was a different kind of warrior. His battles were fought not just with fists but with minds. He saw the bigger picture, even as the blood spilled around him. he gathered the fragments of chaos, each scream, each shot, and wove them into a tapestry of rebellion. "This is our moment," he bellowed, voice a thunder that shook the very ground beneath us. I remember that moment, when I felt every fiber of my being pulled toward him, as if he were a sun around which we all orbited. And then came the lull, a moment of eerie silence as if the world held its breath. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, the fallen forever in the embrace of night. I remember clutching Celeste's hand, our fingers entwined like vines, holding on to each other amid the chaos. It was a fragile connection, but it pulsed with the heat of survival. Then, just as quickly, the storm returned, a surge of energy propelling us forward. Celeste sprang ahead, her spirit untethered, and I followed, heart pumping like a war drum. We carved our way through the smoke and shadows, legs fueled by desperation, souls ignited by the dream of freedom. I could see the horizon, a sliver of promise peeking through the chaos, beckoning us with its distant glow. But even in that chaos, I felt the weight of time, a clock ticking down to an unknown hour. Each moment stretched, elongated by fear and hope. The world felt vast, sprawling, a cosmos of possibility and despair intertwined. I could almost hear the heartbeat of history thrumming beneath us, echoing tales of those who had come before, ghosts of the past urging us on. And just as the dawn began to kiss the sky with the softest hint of gold, everything changed. A shot rang out, a scream tore through the air, a sound that would haunt me, a reminder of the price of freedom. I watched as Celeste fell, her body crumpling like a flower torn from its roots. Time slowed, the world around me a blur of chaos, but in that moment, I felt it, an overwhelming surge of anger, of grief, of resolve. The battlefield was alive with the cries of the fallen and the laughter of the victors, a chaotic symphony that promised both destruction and rebirth. As I stood there, heart racing, watching the light of a new day bleed into the darkness, I understood. This was only the beginning. The fight for freedom was not just for ourselves but for every soul that had ever cried out for liberation. In that moment, I became part of something larger than myself, a spark of hope igniting the dawn. And as I looked to the horizon, I understood that shadows may linger, but so too does light. The Haitian Revolution had begun, and like a phoenix, we would rise from the ashes, our voices echoing through the ages. I was ready to fight. We were all ready. The air was thick with anticipation, a silence so profound it felt as if the world held its breath. In a dimly lit barn, the flickering shadows danced like ghosts, whispering secrets of those who had come before. I stood there, my heart pounding like a war drum, as the tension crackled in the air like static before a storm. I remember the moment. I remember him, the boy with terrified eyes, a mirror to my own fear. He was no older than 12, yet the weight of centuries pressed down on his small shoulders. "Are we really doing this?" he asked, his voice trembling, as if uttering the words could summon the wrath of the heavens. I could see the uncertainty swirling in his gaze, the flicker of doubt igniting a fire of anger within me. We were here, fighting against a tide that seemed insurmountable. "This is our chance," I whispered, though my own voice quivered. My thoughts raced back to Clara, the fierce abolitionist who had ignited a spark within me. I could almost hear her passionate speeches echoing in my mind, her voice a clarion call for justice, a siren song that pulled me closer to the edge of the abyss. I had once stood in the crowd, my heart swelling with a mix of hope and despair as she spoke of freedom like fire, every word a promise, every sentence a plea for change. But now, here I was, staring into the abyss of despair. The barn creaked around us, the shadows stretching like long-forgotten memories, haunted by chains and cries. Each moment felt like an echo of the past, a reminder of the horrors we were fighting against. I stole a glance at the boy again, desperation lurked behind his wide eyes. I needed to be strong for him, but my own doubts gnawed at me like rats in the dark. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped into the dim light. It was Gideon, the former slave-turned-fighter for freedom. His presence was electric, a jolt of energy that surged through the room. He carried the weight of despair and defiance in his stride, a living testament to the ashes of his past that had birthed the fire in his heart. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice steady, yet carrying the burden of countless souls. "Ready for what?" I shot back, a hint of bitterness threading my words. "To face the men who profit off of suffering?" To risk our lives for a cause that feels miles away from victory. He paused, his gaze piercing through the veil of my doubts. To fight for those who cannot, he replied, the conviction in his voice wrapping around me like a cloak, shielding me from the cold grip of fear. If we don't stand up, who will? I remembered all the faces I had seen, mothers clutching their children, terrified, broken. I remember the nights filled with whispers of hope, of underground railroads that promised liberation. I remembered Clara's fierce determination, her laughter that rang like music, even in the darkest times. I had to channel that strength, I had to become the embodiment of hope in a world thick with despair. Gideon turned to the boy, kneeling to meet his gaze. You have a fire within you, he said, and I could see a flicker of courage igniting in the child's eyes. Let it burn. A sudden crash echoed through the barn, shattering the moment like glass. Our hearts raced as we turned toward the sound, knowing it came from the main road outside. The crack of whips, the yells of men, the haunting cries of those who were still shackled. In that moment, fear wrapped around my throat like a noose, and I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me. Stay close, I whispered, urgency coursing through my veins. The boy nodded, though uncertainty hung like a cloud above us. We stepped out into the night, the moon a silver sentinel watching over us. The air was electric, filled with the scent of damp earth and impending chaos. I could hear the distant sounds of a struggle, a cacophony of voices raised in defiance against the oppressive weight of the night. The shadows loomed larger, darker, threatening, menacing. I felt the adrenaline surge through me, a heady mix of fear and resolve. We moved forward, a ragtag trio against the storm, hearts pounding like war drums, blood rushing in our ears. As we crept closer, the scene unfolded like a nightmare, a group of men, faces obscured by the night, their voices laced with venom as they hurled insults and threats. I could see them dragging someone, a man, a woman, faces blurred but hearts beating fiercely, fighting for their freedom, clawing against the oppressive hands of tyranny. And then I saw Clara among them, fighting, struggling, her spirit soaring even amidst the chaos. My heart twisted in my chest, agony and admiration crashing over me like waves against a rocky shore. No! I screamed, the word tearing from my throat, raw and primal. In that moment, everything shifted. The shadows around us felt alive, vibrant with urgency. It was no longer just about survival, it was about resistance, about the flickering flame of hope that refused to be extinguished. I felt the boy's hand grip mine tightly, the warmth igniting a fire of courage within me. We surged forward, propelled by the collective will of those who had come before us. Time slowed, the chaos turned into a symphony of screams, cries, and the determined march of feet on the earth. I glimpsed the faces of the oppressed, eyes wide and wild with fear, but also with an unyielding resolve. They were not merely victims, they were warriors in their own right. I remember the moment vividly, the heartbeat of shared breath and shared pain. We were intertwined, a web of souls fighting against the darkness. I knew then that I'd never walk alone again. The abolitionist movements were not just names in the history books, they were living, breathing entities, woven into the fabric of our lives, pulsing with the heartbeat of resistance. The confrontation was inevitable, a storm gathering on the horizon. The battle was not just against men armed with whips and chains, it was against a system that had thrived on the suffering of countless souls. And in that moment, under the watchful gaze of the moon, we prepared to fight, not just for freedom but for the very essence of humanity that had been stolen. The air crackled with anticipation, and the shadows whispered our names, echoing the promise of liberation. The air crackled with tension, a palpable heaviness that hung like a thick fog. In the dim light of the cabin, shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets too dangerous to speak aloud. It was in this trembling silence that she heard the footsteps. Fast. Frantic. Her heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing against the wooden floorboards, as if it too sensed the approaching storm. Don't move, Cora, a voice hissed, sharp as a whip crack. It was her brother, Samuel, his eyes wide with fear, a lantern flickering in his trembling hand, illuminating the dread etched across his face. She could see it, the night pressing in, the weight of history wrapped around their throats, squeezing. They were slaves, bound by chains and blood, but tonight, They were not just bodies in the darkness, they were voices, echoes of a past desperate to break free. "I can't," Cora's voice faltered, a threadbare whisper. "What if they catch us?" Samuel stepped closer, the light casting long shadows that curled like vines around their feet. "We have to tell them, Cora. We have to let the world know. They can't keep us silent anymore." His determination clashed with her instinct to hide, to stay sheltered under the numbing weight of obedience. But deep inside, buried beneath layers of fear, a flicker of rebellion ignited. Outside, the night was alive with sounds, the rustle of leaves, the low moan of the wind, and the distant calls of the other slaves, each voice a thread in the tapestry of their suffering. But it was the whispers of the past that wrapped around Cora like a shroud, suffocating yet electrifying. She could hear them, the stories of ancestors long gone, ancient voices wailing from the depths of memory, crying for liberation. "Remember us. Remember." "Cora," Samuel's voice broke through her reverie, raw with urgency. "Listen to me. We write our narrative, or we remain ghosts in their pages. We are more than cattle. We are flesh, and blood, and heart." His words blazed like fire in the dark, igniting a fierce resolve within her that she couldn't ignore. "I remember," the phrase slipped out before she could stop it, "the way memories often do when unearthed. I remember the way they used to laugh while we worked in the fields, the sound like cracking whips. I remember the taste of dirt and tears, the ash of hope burned to the ground." Each memory was a knife, carving into her soul, unveiling the scars hidden beneath her skin. The violence of their reality surged back. The overseer, a specter of cruelty, would crack his whip with a sadistic joy, reveling in the agony he inflicted. Cora hated him, she hated the way he loomed over them, a god of suffering. But as she stared into Samuel's eyes, she saw something more, a shared dream, a fragile thread connecting them across the chasm of despair. Together, she breathed, her voice trembling with the weight of the question. In that moment, she felt the gravity of their lives, the burden of their history, and the flicker of hope igniting a firestorm within her chest. Together, Samuel affirmed, gripping her hand tightly. The warmth of his touch sparked something forgotten, something powerful that surged through her veins, unleashing a torrent of forgotten dreams. In the distance, the shadows of the plantation loomed like a nightmare, the flickering lights of the overseer's cabin glinting ominously. The air thickened, a warning. They were on the precipice of change, teetering between the past that held them captive and the future that shimmered just out of reach. Cora took a step forward, heart pounding, knowing that to shake the chains would mean risking everything, life, safety, and the thin thread of family that tethered them. "Cora!" A voice called from the shadows, a figure emerging, a woman, the glimmer of rebellion in her eyes, a fellow slave whose spirit had not yet been broken. "What are you doing?" "Writing," Cora replied, the word a raw ember igniting the air around them. "We're writing our truth." The three of them stood together, bound by a shared purpose, capturing the essence of their suffering, their dreams, and their relentless refusal to be silenced. The words would flow like rivers, pooling into narratives that would ripple through history, each story a rock cast into the still waters of oppression, sending waves crashing against the walls of ignorance. They would speak of love, of loss, of the bitter taste of injustice and the sweet scent of freedom. They would write until their voices became a chorus, a symphony of defiance that would echo through the ages. As they huddled closer, the lantern flickered dangerously, casting shadows that danced like specters of their past, and Cora felt the weight of history pressing down on them, a relentless tide that threatened to engulf them. "We must be brave," she whispered, her voice a balm against the chill of despair. "The world needs to know." With every word, every stroke of the pen, they crafted a narrative that would not only tell their story but weave the fabric of countless others into a tapestry of resilience. Each tale, a heartbeat, a testament to their humanity that defied the chains that sought to bind them. The night stretched on, heavy with unspoken promises, as if the cosmos itself bore witness to their defiance. Time slipped away, the clock's relentless ticking a reminder that they were alive, that they had stories to tell that could dismantle the very foundations of their oppression. And as they began to write, the air around them thickened with possibility. The ink flowed like blood, each word a pulse, every sentence a heartbeat, echoing their struggle and their hope. They were not just narrators of their plight, they were architects of change, constructing a future where their voices would rise above the silence. I remember, Cora began, the phrase a thread that would weave through their narratives, binding them together. I remember, and with that, the floodgates opened, and the world outside faded, the shadows receding as the light of their stories shone brighter. In the depths of their struggle, they found their truth. They were alive, and their narratives would shape history, a relentless tide that would wash over the shores of time, carving the legacy of their existence into the annals of humanity. The night may have been dark, but they were the dawn breaking through, unstoppable, unyielding, and unafraid. The night dripped with silence, a heavy, suffocating blanket that held its breath, waiting. In the distant shadows, a figure pressed against the damp earth, the cold seeping through their thin clothes, merging with the fear that coursed through their veins like ice water. A flutter of footsteps cracked the stillness. Each sound turned the stomach into knots, a whisper of dread that churned like a dark storm cloud in the heart. The moon hung low, its pallid glow casting skeletal fingers across the landscape, illuminating a world caught between hope and despair. I remember, every heartbeat, every breath, as if the universe had conspired to etch this moment into my very soul. I was not alone. Beside me lay Eliza, her wide eyes glistening like shards of glass in the moonlight, reflecting not just fear but a fierce yearning for freedom, a freedom so close, yet so far. Her hand, small and trembling, gripped mine. It was a lifeline, a promise, a shared pulse in the darkness. "Will they find us?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking the silence, trembling like a leaf in an autumn wind. I wished I could tell her that everything would be all right, but the truth hung between us, sharp and biting. Every moment we lingered here felt like a noose tightening around our necks. The Underground Railroad was our savior and our tormentor, a lifeline that could slip away just as easily as it could offer salvation. It was a treacherous path we tread, lined with ghosts of those who had tried and failed, their stories woven into the very fabric of the ground beneath us. Then there was Isaac, a man with shadows in his eyes, haunted by a past that clung to him like smoke. He had seen too much, too many allies lost in the night, too many dreams extinguished before they could ignite. "We have to move," he urged, his voice a low rumble, a steady anchor in the chaotic swell of fear. "They're coming. We can't let them take us back." Each word was steeped in urgency, like the ticking of an unseen clock, reminding us that time was slipping away. I remember how the air felt thick with the weight of his words, how they settled over us like a curse, a reminder that hope and despair could dance as partners in a tragic waltz. Isaac's determination was a fire against the darkness, yet even he seemed to falter under the weight of what lay ahead. He had a family, one he had lost, one he could never forget. Each step we took was a step away from the ghosts that haunted him, and yet they followed, shadows whispering in the corners of his mind. We began to move, stealthily, like phantoms in the night, hearts pounding as if to drown out the dread that clawed at our throats. The woods closed in around us, a labyrinth of shadows and whispers, and I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a living thing, alive with the stories of those who had walked before us. Each crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves turned our blood to ice, and I could taste the fear, metallic and bitter, on my tongue. But there was a flicker of light in my heart, too, a wild, reckless hope that pushed against the walls of despair. I remembered the tales of freedom, of towns where the sun shone brighter, where the air felt lighter, where chains were nothing but rusted relics. It was a dream that danced just out of reach, but in that moment, nestled between the trees and the weight of our fears, it felt attainable, pulsing like a living heartbeat. Eliza stumbled, her foot catching on a root, and we froze, breath hitching in our throats. The sound seemed to echo through the night, a herald of doom. "Shh," Isaac hissed, eyes darting like a hunted animal. I could see the wildness in his gaze, the desperation clawing at his insides. My heart ached for him, for us, three souls tangled in a world that wanted to tear us apart. I remember fighting the urge to scream, the raw, primal urge to let loose the anguish that had simmered inside us for far too long. It was a weight, a burden that threatened to crush us under its enormity. But in the silence, in the space between heartbeats, we found a fragile understanding, a shared resolve. We were in this together, bound by chains that were invisible but felt all too real. Suddenly, the distant sound of laughter drifted through the air, cruel and mocking, It was the sound of our pursuers, men twisted by fear and hatred, their voices a grotesque symphony that sent chills down my spine. "We're not far now," Isaac urged, determination rekindling in his voice as he led us deeper into the darkness. But the shadows were thick, choking, as if the trees themselves were conspiring against us. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the stories of those who had come before us, their hopes and dreams entwined with our own. The air was charged with electricity, a promise of what was to come. "Keep moving," I whispered, though my voice trembled, every syllable laced with the fear of being caught, the fear of being returned to the darkness we longed to escape. The trees loomed overhead, sentinels of our fate, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands, desperate to grab hold of us and return us to the hell we were fighting to leave behind. We pushed onward, hearts racing in a frantic rhythm, the night closing in like a vice. I could feel Eliza's breath against my cheek, the warmth of her spirit mingling with the chill of the night. Each step echoed with possibilities, of freedom, of pain, of the unknown. And then, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind us, heavy and relentless. "Run!" Isaac shouted, a command that propelled us forward, fear replacing every second thought. The chase was on, and with each stride, the world around us blurred, a cacophony of shadows and sounds, a tempest of emotion swirling like starlight lost in a dark expanse. But we were not just running from the hunters, we were running toward something, an elusive dream, a flicker of hope that surged within us, urging us to fight, to survive, to grasp our freedom with both hands, no matter the cost. In the heart of the night, we sprinted toward destiny, hearts pounding, souls intertwined, the ground beneath us trembling with the weight of our escape. We were bound by more than fear, we were bound by a hunger for life, for dreams, for the chance to breathe unshackled under the vast, endless sky. And as we ran, I knew one truth: we were alive, and we would not go quietly into that dark night. The acrid scent of gunpowder hung thick in the air, clinging to the skin like a lover's touch gone sour. The sun, a lifeless orb, hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the blood-soaked earth. In the distance, the echoes of cannon fire rumbled like distant thunder, and with each jarring boom, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, as if the very earth itself was mourning the sin of its children. I remember standing there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat. A cool breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the cries of wounded men and the cries of mothers far away. It was a sound that sliced deep into my soul, a haunting reminder of all we had lost. I was no soldier, just a boy who had traded dreams for the weight of a rifle, caught between loyalty to my family and the heavy chains of a fractured nation. Then there was Clara, her eyes bright as the morning sun, yet clouded with turmoil. I watched her lean against a weathered fence post, fingers trembling as she clutched a tattered letter, the ink blurred by tears. I saw her heartache, felt it vibrate in the air around us. She was waiting for news of her brother, lost to the ravages of war. Each day the sun rose, but her hope dimmed, and with it, a piece of her spirit. "What if he's gone?" she whispered, voice barely above a breath, yet it struck me with the force of a cannonball. I wanted to scream that he would come back, that the war would end soon, but the truth was a ghost that clung to my throat. I remember the first time I met Clara. It was the summer before the world turned upside down, when laughter was a currency we traded freely, and the only battles we fought were those of youth. The scent of wildflowers and damp earth hung in the air, and we were young, invincible, unaware of the shadows that loomed over us. But innocence is a fleeting thing, shattered by the relentless march of time. Across the battlefield, I saw Daniel, my friend, my brother in arms. He was a force of nature, a wild spirit that could charm the sun from the sky. But war had twisted him, turned his laughter into a weapon that cut deeper than any blade. I could see it in the hollow of his cheeks and the sunken sockets of his eyes, like two dark wells pulling in all the light. "You think we're heroes," he yelled, voice hoarse from screaming at the chaos. "What do heroes do? They watch their friends die." Each word fell from his lips like stones, heavy and painful. I remember those nights, huddled together beneath a sky smeared with stars, the universe stretching endlessly above us while we remained trapped in this nightmare. Time slipped through our fingers like sand. Each heartbeat echoed with fear, with grief, an unbearable weight that pressed down on us until we could hardly breathe. It was a cosmic joke, the absurdity of our lives, brothers in arms, divided by ideals, fighting for a cause that felt less real with every passing day. The sun had begun to set, the horizon ablaze with colors that seemed far too beautiful for the ugliness surrounding us. I could hear the distant crack of rifle fire, a reminder that peace was a fragile illusion, someone's dream forever out of reach. I looked at Clara, her face illuminated by the twilight glow, and I felt an ache in my chest. I wanted to reach out, to promise her that everything would be all right, but the words caught in my throat. What did I know of promises? They were like smoke, easily blown away by the winds of fate. "Do you think it ever ends?" she asked, breaking the silence. Her voice trembled like a leaf caught in a storm. This war, this suffering. I wanted to tell her that it had to end, that hope was worth fighting for, but my heart was heavy with doubt. "If it doesn't," I whispered, "then we must find a way to make it end." In that moment, our hands touched, the warmth of her skin igniting a flicker of courage within me. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath us, the heartbeat of a nation divided, raw and throbbing. Every soldier on the battlefield, every family torn apart, there was a collective grief that tied us all together, a tapestry woven with threads of loss and despair. Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot rang out, piercing the night like a knife. The world slowed, time stretching thin as I turned to see Daniel collapse, crumpling to the ground like a fragile leaf. I felt it, an icy grip around my heart. The air thickened, stinging my eyes, blurring the edges of reality. It was in that moment that I understood the true meaning of loss, the weight of a friendship shattered, a dream turned to ash. Clara's scream sliced through the darkness, a raw, primal sound that echoed in my ears. I felt her pain as if it were my own, the agony of a heart breaking, shattering like glass underfoot. The battlefield erupted in chaos, men running, screaming, the air thick with the smoke of battle. But all I could see was Daniel, lying there, the light fading from his eyes, leaving a void that threatened to swallow me whole. "Stay with me," I cried, but the words were swallowed by the cacophony of war. And in that moment, as I fell to my knees, cradling Daniel's head in my arms, I felt the weight of a nation pressing down on my chest, the heaviness of sorrow blending with anger, grief crashing like waves against the shore of my heart. The war raged on, a relentless beast devouring everything in its path, leaving us fractured, lost in the echoes of our choices. And I knew, as I looked into Clara's tear-streaked face, that we were all ghosts wandering the ruins of what once was. No one had the answers, and the shadows lengthened as night fell, wrapping around us like an old, familiar shroud. The future was an uncertain specter looming on the horizon, but there was a flicker of defiance in our hearts, a stubborn ember that refused to be snuffed out. And deep down, buried beneath the sorrow, we clung to the hope that someday, somehow, we would find a way to heal the rift that tore us apart. As dawn approached, I felt the first stirrings of a new day, the quiet promise of an end. But for now, the battle continued, and we fought not just for our lives, but for a chance to reclaim what had been lost, a nation divided, yearning for wholeness, for peace. And with every ragged breath, I held on to one undeniable truth: the war may rage on, but we would keep fighting, even when the night seemed endless. The air crackled with tension, a palpable electric charge that seemed to weave through the bodies crowded in the dimly lit room. I remember the smell of sweat, of fear, of hope, clinging tightly to the walls like a desperate lover. The flickering candle flames cast shadows that danced and twisted, ghost-like figures whispering secrets of a world on the brink, a world teetering between bondage and liberty. I remember the moment I realized everything was about to change, the moment when the proclamation hung like a storm cloud over us, ready to burst. "Can you feel it?" Sarah whispered, her voice a trembling thread in the heavy air. Her hands were clenched into fists, and I could see her nails biting into her palms, drawing blood. She was a firebrand, a woman made of strength and vulnerability, the kind of person who could light a match and ignite a revolution with a single word. But in this moment, all I could see was fear shadowing her fierce spirit. I glanced at Samuel, standing at the edge of the room. His face was a mask of indecision, eyes darting between the excited murmurs of the crowd and the weighty silence of the unknown. He was my brother, yet at that moment, he felt like a stranger. The darkness in his gaze spoke of a conflict that raged inside him, a battle between the chains of loyalty and the call of freedom. He was torn, caught between the ghosts of our past and the shimmering promise of a world unshackled. The clock on the wall chimed, each stroke echoing like a war drum in my chest. The weight of time hung thick in the air, suffocating and oppressive. I remember thinking of how many lives had been lost, how many futures had been stolen beneath the crushing boot of oppression. The clock was a reminder that every moment was precious, an opportunity lost to the slow, grinding gears of history. Each tick felt like a heartbeat, a reminder of our own mortality, of how fleeting life could be. "Are you ready?" I asked Samuel, my voice barely breaking the tension, a mere breath in the storm. The words felt heavy, laden with expectation. Ready for what? For liberation? For the chaos that accompanied it? The world outside our small gathering was a battlefield, and we were warriors in a fight that had no clear victor. His eyes locked onto mine, searching for something: hope, courage, clarity. "Do we have a choice?" he whispered, and there it was, the raw honesty of his fear, the uncertainty that gnawed at his soul. I could feel the weight of his burden pressing down on me. I wanted to tell him that we could run, that we could hide in the shadows where the light of change could not reach. But I also knew that those shadows were filled with ghosts of our ancestors, their cries echoing in the silence, urging us to step into the light. I remember the hush that fell over the room as the figure at the front, a man cloaked in the wisdom of experience and the weight of expectation, began to speak. His voice was deep and resonant, cutting through the tension like a knife through flesh. "Today marks a new beginning," he proclaimed, but I could feel the weight of his words, heavy with the gravity of a promise unfulfilled. "Today, we take a stand." As he spoke, I felt my heart race, a wild stallion galloping through the fields of my mind. What did it mean to take a stand? What sacrifices would be demanded of us? The answer felt like a gaping maw, an abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. Yet, within that darkness, I sensed a flicker of light, hope, fragile and flickering, but undeniably real. I looked at Sarah, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "We have to believe in something, don't we?" she said, her voice breaking like autumn leaves underfoot. I wanted to say yes, to reassure her that faith was enough, that belief was a lifeline in the storm. But the truth sat heavy in my throat. Belief came with a price that could tear families apart, that could rip the fabric of our very souls. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful tune that seeped through the cracks of the door. It was a call to arms, a reminder that the fight was not just ours, but that of countless others who had come before us. I closed my eyes for a brief moment, surrendering to the tide of history. I thought of the hands that had bled for this moment, the lives that had been sacrificed on the altar of freedom. Their ghosts lingered, shadows brushing against my skin like a burning brand. And then the proclamation hit us like a thunderclap, a roar that shook the very foundations of our beliefs. Freedom. The word hung in the air, suffocating and intoxicating, a double-edged sword that could cut both ways. I watched as Samuel's face transformed, the conflict in his eyes wrestling with the hope that surged within him. Would he seize this moment? Or would he let it slip away, just like every chance we had been given before? "Freedom is not free," the speaker cried, his voice rising above the storm. "It demands courage, sacrifice," and the room erupted, a cacophony of voices rising in solidarity, a tsunami of emotion crashing over us. I felt adrenaline pulse through my veins, electrifying every inch of me. This was it. This was the moment we had waited for, the moment that could change everything. But along with the thrill came the chill of dread, an icy hand gripping my heart. What would we lose in pursuit of this freedom? Would it come at the cost of our souls? As we stood there, bound together by shared dreams and fears, I felt a shift, a crackle in the air that hinted at the tumult to come. The shadows grew longer, the night drawing near, wrapping us in its embrace like an unwelcome blanket. I could feel the weight of our choice pressing down on us, suffocating yet exhilarating, and in that moment, I understood the gravity of what was at stake. The future hung on the precipice, a fragile thread waiting to be severed. I could see it stretching out before us, luminous and terrifying all at once. Would we leap into the unknown, our hearts filled with the fire of hope, or would we cower in the shadows, allowing fear to chain us once more? And as I looked at Sarah, the flames of resistance igniting in her eyes, and Samuel, wrestling with the chains of his own heart, I knew we were teetering on the edge of a revolution. The air was charged, thick with possibility, and the echoes of our ancestors rang in my ears. With one deep breath, a promise whispered through the chaos, something was about to change. Forever. A woman stands alone in a field where cotton once thrived, the sun beating down mercilessly. Her hands, calloused and marked by years of labor, tremble as she clutches a frayed piece of cloth, her mother's last quilt, the last remnant of a past that haunts her. The bright colors mock her as they fade in the brightness of the day, just like her dreams of freedom. She is free, but her heart feels like it's still shackled, that weight heavier than iron. This is where it all begins, the bitter aftertaste of liberation. I remember when the sky felt like hope, she whispers, her voice barely stirring in the sultry air. I remember dreaming of a life where I didn't have to look over my shoulder, where my children wouldn't be ripped from my arms. Her name is Eliza, and her shadows stretch long as the memories flood her with anguish. Just beyond the field, a man named Samuel leans against a gnarled oak, its branches sheltering him like an old friend. His eyes scan the horizon, dark clouds brewing not just in the sky but also in his mind. "I'm free," he murmurs, but the echo of that phrase feels hollow, a ghost of meaning lost in the cacophony of a world that hasn't changed as much as he hoped it would. Every step he takes towards a future is haunted by the specter of his past, a past where he was a commodity, an object traded for a price far too cheap. The crunch of dried leaves beneath his feet is a reminder of all he lost and all he still has to fight for. "They think it's over," he says, letting the words slip like stones from his mouth. But the chains are gone, not the scars. The scars run deeper than skin, carving into his soul, etching pain in the fabric of his being. And then there is Sarah, a girl with laughter that echoes like a chime caught in the wind. She should be joyful, bursting with the exuberance of youth, but the weight of her family's plight hangs like a heavy shroud. "I want to scream," she tells Eliza one night under a blanket of stars, "but what good would it do? The world doesn't hear screams." She wants to run, to escape the shame of poverty, the suffocating dread of survival without security. Eliza watches Sarah with a mixture of envy and sorrow. "I remember the day we learned that freedom wasn't given, it was a fire we had to ignite ourselves," she says, her voice a blend of strength and fragility. "But how do you light a fire when the wood is damp, when the wind howls like a ghost waiting to snuff it out?" Samuel interrupts, a fire igniting in his dark eyes. "You gather what you can, piece by piece, and let nothing extinguish that spark. You rise, not just for yourself, but for everyone who carried the weight before you." His words hang in the air, daring them to believe, yet underneath the bravado, doubt lingers, festering like an untreated wound. The town they inhabit is a canvas of contradictions. It whispers promises of equality while its streets echo with the laughter of children unaware of the shadows lurking just beyond the flickering lamplight. Eliza walks through the market, her heart heavy with the weight of judgment that hangs in the air. Eyes follow her, scrutinizing her every move. "You think freedom means acceptance," she thinks bitterly, "but the world isn't ready to embrace us." She watches as vendors hurl insults, sharp as knives, at anyone who dares to tread close to their space. "They still see us as dirt," she mutters, clenching her fists. Samuel stands beside her, his presence a silent anchor in the storm, but even his strength feels like a fleeting hope. In the night, beneath a quilt of stars, Sarah sits with her back against the cool earth, tears slipping down her cheeks like raindrops. "I want to dream again," she confesses, "but every time I close my eyes, I see the chains, the whips, the faces of those we lost." Eliza kneels beside her, wrapping her arms around the girl. "Then we will dream together," she promises, her voice fierce, "and we will make those dreams our reality." But reality is a fickle mistress, and the days bleed into nights filled with anxiety. Each dawn brings a new challenge, a reminder that freedom is not a destination but a tangled path paved with uncertainty. Samuel stands watch at the edges of town, a sentry against the whispers of prejudice that swirl like vultures. The tension builds, a tightrope stretched thin with every passing moment. One evening, they gather in the shadows, hearts racing as they discuss the whispers of rebellion that were taking root. "We have to stand up," Samuel declares, his voice rising with passion. We can't let fear silence us. Eliza nods, her heart pounding in rhythm with his words. But what if the cost is too high? That's a risk we must take, he replies, his gaze unwavering. We are more than ghosts in this world, we are the echoes of those who dared to dream. They hold on to each other, a fragile bond stitched together with shared pain and the hope that blooms even in darkness. But the clock is ticking, and the night air thickens with the weight of what lies ahead. Shadows loom larger, threatening to engulf them, to snuff the light they've only just begun to recognize. All the while, Sarah watches, her heart torn between fear and belief. What if we fail? She whispers, voice trembling. Then we rise again, Samuel reassures her, though doubt flickers in his eyes. We will rise, together. In this moment, this charged, trembling moment, they are not just survivors, they are the architects of their destiny. And as they cling to that fragile hope, the world outside stands still, watching, waiting, ready to unveil whether freedom is truly what they believed it to be. And yet, there is no closure, just the echo of their hopes, their dreams, their fears swirling around them like a tempest. In the distance, the ghosts of a history they can never escape watch, as the shadows draw closer, and the storm brews on the horizon. The fight isn't over, it has only just begun. The clock struck midnight, each chime echoing like gunfire in the empty streets. Shadows danced against the crumbling walls, remnants of a city clawing for redemption. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the cold air slithering around me, wrapping me in a shroud of uncertainty. This was not just a city. This was a battlefield of souls, a canvas splattered with the hues of lost dreams and unfinished stories. Reconstruction, the word itself felt heavy, like a weight on my chest, a promise half kept. In the dim glow of a flickering street lamp, I saw her. Clara! Her hands trembled as she clutched a tattered photograph, the edges worn and frayed, her heart laid bare like the ghost of a memory longing to be resurrected. I remember when he smiled at me, she whispered, her voice barely a ghost of a sound, as if speaking too loud would summon the very demons that haunted her. She was searching for something, hope, maybe, or perhaps a reason to believe in the shadows that surrounded us. But hope felt like a cruel joke tonight. And then there was Isaac, a soldier in tattered clothes, his eyes haunted by the weight of his own existence. He stood too close, a beacon of unresolved pain. People think reconstruction is about buildings, he spat, his words sharp and bitter, but it's about souls. About us. He gestured widely, palms open to the sky, as if pleading for the stars to answer. But the stars were silent, indifferent to the chaos among the ruins. The ground beneath us felt alive, breathing, pulsing with the rhythm of a city that had seen too much. I could sense the pulse of despair mingling with the flickers of hope, a paradox that clung to the air. Clara's eyes darted toward the horizon, where the sun would rise, but for now, the shadows clung tight, wrapping her in a cocoon of doubt. Will we ever be whole again? She asked, her voice breaking like a fragile twig underfoot. Isaac stepped closer, a wall of muscles and tension. We have to rebuild, even if the scars remain. Even if the ghosts linger. He clenched his fists, rage boiling beneath the surface. I could see it, a battle waging within him, an internal struggle to find meaning in the wreckage. His past weighed heavily, a cloak of sorrow he could never quite shake off. The memories flooded back to me in fragments. I remember laughter echoing through these streets, children playing hide and seek among the ruins, their giggles mingling with the sound of church bells. I remember the smell of fresh bread wafting from the bakery, warm and inviting, a promise of ordinary happiness. But that was before the chaos, before the world turned into a nightmarish reality. Clara, I said gently, trying to pierce through the veil of her despair. What if we found a way to breathe life back into this place? Her eyes met mine, wide with disbelief, the glimmer of hope flickering like a candle caught in a gust of wind. You think it's possible? I don't know, I admitted, the honesty hanging between us like a thread about to snap. But what other choice do we have? To let it all fade away, like whispers in the wind? Isaac's anger flared. You think we can just pretend it didn't happen? You think we can build on ashes? Why not? I shot back, my heart pounding, the the intensity of our exchange igniting something within me. Every day we wake up is another chance. Another opportunity. But the truth was, every opportunity felt like a double-edged sword, cutting deeper with every swing. Clara looked away, her gaze drawn to the remnants of what had once been a vibrant marketplace, now a graveyard of forgotten dreams. The silence of the night wrapped around us, heavy and oppressive. "Do you think this place will ever forgive us?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid the shadows might overhear. "I think it's not about forgiveness. It's about survival," Isaac replied, his voice softer now, the storm within him quieting just for a moment. "It's about fighting for what's left." And then, in the stillness, our thoughts intertwined, weaving a tapestry of human connection against the backdrop of devastation. I could feel Clara's pain, the raw edges of her grief, and I could see through Isaac's rage a deep-seated longing to belong somewhere, a desire to rebuild not just the structures, but the very essence of who we were. I could taste the bitterness of fear in my mouth, the knowing that not all stories had happy endings, that some scars ran too deep. But I also felt the flicker of resilience, the stubborn will to rise from the ashes, like a phoenix defying the inevitability of despair. "Together," I said, breaking the fragile silence, "we can bring back the laughter, the warmth. We can reclaim our home." Clara looked at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and in that moment, I realized we were bound by more than just the rubble around us. We were united by the shared weight of our dreams, by the haunting shadows of our past. As the first light of dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, I felt a tremor, a shift. But the air was still thick with uncertainty, a tension that felt like a loaded gun, waiting for just the right moment to fire. And so we stood, three souls entwined in a web of hope and fear, ready to face the day, ready to confront the ghosts of our past, knowing that reconstruction was not merely a building process, but a resurrection of the spirit. As the sun began to rise, illuminating the debris and lightening the shadows, our hearts beat in unison, a promise whispered beneath the surface. We were alive. We were here. And the journey ahead was ours to forge, even if the scars would always remain. Together, we would face whatever came next. Together, we would rise. The air hangs thick, suffocating, as if the very walls are whispering secrets soaked in sorrow. A storm brews, thunder rumbles like distant war drums, echoing the heartbeat of a city cloaked in shadows. I stand at the edge of the cobblestone street, my heart racing, a pulse of dread coursing through my veins. A woman screams. It is raw, piercing, a sound that claws at the soul. I can't tell if it's the wind that howls or if it's her, but it doesn't matter. We are all trapped in this moment, shackled by history, even now. Harriet, her hair like a tempest of wild curls, stands frozen in the street, her eyes wide with terror. She clutches a worn leather ledger to her chest, the pages yellowed, filled with dreams too grand for this world. "I remember," she whispers, voice cracking like ice, "the night my mother was sold." Each word is a knife, carved from time and trauma, piercing the air. Each heartbeat echoes the names forgotten, the histories lost. Beside her, Jacob looms, a figure carved from resolve, yet crumbling from within. He feels the weight of the world, a world demanding he chooses between survival and dignity. "We cannot let fear win," he says, voice trembling yet fierce as thunder. But his eyes betray him, flickering with doubt like a candle in a storm. "We must rise." What does it mean to rise when the very ground beneath you is a grave of scars and silence? I remember the stories of my grandfather, how he spoke of a time when chains were physical, but now they bind us in ways unseen, tangled in the fabric of society. He wore the weight of generations, shoulders stooped but spirit unbroken, defiant in the face of oppression. I remember him saying, "Prosperity is a path lined with thorns, but even the sharpest thorns bear roses. They pierce, but they bloom." The air crackles with tension as the distant sound of footsteps approaches. Harriet's grip tightens on the ledger, fear radiating from her being. "What if they come for us?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if they find out I've been writing?" The ink stains on her fingers are badges of defiance, each smudge a rebellion against the erasure of her story. Each letter she penned was a step into the unknown, a testament to her will to be seen, to be heard, to be alive. Jacob steps forward, a shield against the unseen. They cannot erase us if we stand together, he asserts, but the tremor in his voice betrays the havoc within. This ledger, Harriet, it holds our truth. If they take it, his words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of possibility. What if it holds the key to a future, a way to carve our names into history? Silence stretches, and time feels like a taut string ready to snap. The shadows creep closer, wrapping around us like a cloak of despair. I can almost see the specters of our ancestors lingering just beyond the periphery, their faces etched with determination and sorrow, urging us to remember, to fight, to rise. I shudder, recalling how they clawed their way from the depths, how every triumph was laced with sacrifice. But what is a ledger against the might of a world that fears our very existence? The question hangs, ominous and suffocating. Harriet's breath quickens, and I feel the pulse of fear, sharp and hot, igniting a spark of something deeper, a desire to reclaim what was lost, to carve out a legacy of our own. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating the darkened alleyways where shadows lurk, waiting. There are eyes watching, waiting for a weakness, a crack to exploit. I can feel their gaze, seeping into my bones, stealing my breath. We have to go, Harriet urges, but there's a fire in her that refuses to be extinguished. I won't let them take my story. I won't let them take us. And within her, I see it, the undeniable spark of revolution. It ignites something in Jacob, too. He stands taller, fists clenched at his sides, the shadows of doubt beginning to recede. No more hiding, he declares, voice rising amidst the thunder. No more silence. This is our moment. A chant swells within me, a primal cry that echoes through the centuries, a call to arms against the ghosts of oppression. I remember the days of enslavement, the cries of mothers torn from their children, the anguish woven into the very fabric of our being. Yet here we stand, amidst the storm, refusing to bow. The footsteps draw closer, a thundering reminder of our precarious position. But in this moment, as Harriet clutches her ledger and Jacob stands resolute, I realize that history is not just written by the victors, it is also etched in the hearts of the brave. I won't let fear dictate my fate. We are the echoes of those who came before us, a symphony of voices rising, intertwining like roots of an ancient tree. And as the storm rages around us, I can feel it, the pulse of our collective strength, a heartbeat that reverberates through the darkness, a promise of what is to come. The confrontation is inevitable. Shadows loom larger, but we refuse to be mere specters in this haunted tale. We are the architects of our destiny. With every breath, we claim our space in this world, not as remnants of the past but as warriors of the present. And in that moment of shared resolve, I know this is not the end but merely the beginning, the dawn breaking over the horizon, whispering of prosperity, of a rise that has only just begun. The storm may rage, but we will stand together, unyielding, unwavering, as the pages of our story unfold, one heartbeat at a time. The clock struck midnight, its relentless ticking a heartbeat in the dark. In a crumbling classroom, shadows danced on peeling walls, swirling like ghosts of forgotten dreams. Maya stood at the front, her hands trembling, her voice barely a whisper, yet somehow louder than the chaos outside. She was a teacher, a fighter in a war that felt endless, but tonight, she faced an insurmountable tide, a classroom filled with faces haunted by hopelessness. "I can't," whispered Tamir, a boy of 12 with eyes too old for his years. His pencil lay broken on the desk, a futile weapon against the weight of despair. "Why does it matter? No one cares about us." The air thickened, the silence stretched like a tightrope over an abyss, and Maya could feel the chasm beneath her feet, ready to swallow them whole. "No one cares," she echoed, her heart aching for him. "But you have the power to change that." The words spilled from her lips like fragile glass, each one a shard cutting through the darkness that enveloped them. Tamir's gaze flickered, a spark of defiance igniting within the storm of his frustration. "I'm just a kid," he shot back, anger bubbling like boiling water. "What can I do?" And in that moment, as the walls shivered with tension, the answer hung heavily in the air: everything. But how to convey this with mere words? She remembered the night spent reading under the dim glow of a flickering lamp, the crackling pages whispering of impossible worlds, of people who fought against their fates. "I was just a kid once too," she said, the weight of her own memories flooding back, a whirlwind of laughter, tears, and the unfathomable ache of wanting to belong. She could still hear the echoes of her ambitions, the voice of her own mother urging her forward, even as they lived in a world that seemed to want to keep them down. "Education is our sword, Tamir. It's our shield." In the corner, Amina shifted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her own pain a mirror to Tamir's. She had fought battles of her own, the scars invisible but deep, etched into her soul. "But what if the world doesn't want us to win?" she whispered, her voice fragile as glass. "What if we try and it's all for nothing?" Maya felt the wave of despair crash over her, the ache of a broken system that churned beneath them, clawing at their hopes. "Nothing is for nothing," she insisted, her voice rising above the torrent. "You are not nothing. You are fire. Fire." The word ignited a flicker of rebellion in Tamir. He leaned forward, his brow furrowed, grappling with a truth he had yet to fully embrace. As he opened his mouth to speak, the world around them faded into a dull hum, and all that remained was the raw energy in the room, palpable as electricity. "I remember," Maya started, her heart racing as she slipped into a memory, "the first time I stepped into a library. It was like stepping into a universe. I thought, this is where I can be more than what they expect of me." Tamir's eyes widened, a seed of understanding sprouting within him. "You mean, it's like magic?" "Exactly," she exclaimed, the intensity of her passion sweeping them up like a tidal wave. "Books can take you wherever you want to go. They can teach you about the world, about yourself. They can give you strength. But you have to want it." In the dim light, shadows shifted, and Maya could see them, their fears, their dreams, their hunger for something greater. She could feel the weight of history pressing down on them, ghosts of the past entwined in their present, whispering of revolution sparked by the flames of knowledge. "Do you remember the stories of change?" she asked, her voice a tender caress against their hearts. "Of those who stood up when the world wanted them silent? Education has always been the wind beneath their wings." Tamir's breath caught in his throat, Amina's hand trembled as she finally dared to hope. Like the heroes." "Yes!" Maya shouted, her spirit soaring. "Every great change in history began with someone who believed in something better. It may feel like a whisper in a storm, but it's enough. You are enough." The walls around them seemed to pulse with the rhythm of their burgeoning resolve. The chaos outside became a distant echo, a reminder of the stakes at play, but within these four walls, there was potential, unstoppable, undeniable potential. Suddenly, a shout pierced the silence, a reminder that the fight was far from over, that the outside world still raged against them. Maya's heart raced as she turned toward the window, the flicker of streetlights illuminating the faces of those who had given up. "We cannot stop," she urged, her voice urgent now, a plea born from the depths of her soul. "We must be louder, fight harder." Tamir's eyes burned with a fierce light. "Then let's fight." And in that moment, they were no longer just students. They were warriors in a battle for their lives, their dreams, their futures. The classroom, once a tomb of despair, transformed into a sanctuary of hope, a crucible forging ferocity from fragility. "Let's make a pact," Amina declared, her voice rising like a battle cry. "We will rise. We will learn. We will make them listen." And so it was, a promise woven into the fabric of their beings, a fragile yet unbreakable thread of connection that bound them together as they faced an uncertain future. The world outside may have been a storm, but within this space, they were a volatile explosion waiting to happen. The clock continued to tick, but time felt different now. The night loomed heavy with possibility, shadows converging as they leaned into the darkness with courage, ready to transform the haunting silence into a symphony of defiance and hope. Maya knew the truth, this was just the beginning. The world outside would be relentless, but so would they. And as the echoes of their resolve filled the room, the sound became a promise, not just to themselves, but to every lost dream, every shattered spirit. This was not the end, this was the spark. And as the night wrapped around them like a cloak, they prepared to unleash their fire into a world that had long tried to snuff it out. A cold wind howls through the cracked window, sending a shiver down Clara's spine. The air smells of wet earth, and outside, the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows that creep into the room like silent intruders. She clutches the tattered piece of fabric in her hands, a faded quilt stitched together with dreams and despair. Each patch tells a story, each thread a memory of laughter now silenced by the weight of oppression. Her heart races, pounding against her chest, a frenzied drum echoing through the suffocating silence, clamoring for justice, for peace, for a moment where light can shatter the darkness. "I remember," she whispers to herself, her voice trembling like the flickering candle on the table. "I remember when I could walk freely, when laughter rang through the streets, unburdened by chains. But those days feel like a distant dream, obscured by the thick fog of fear that now blankets the South." The clamor of the world outside reminds her of the unyielding reality of Jim Crow, a name that drips with cruelty, a specter that looms over her every step, dictating where she can go, who she can be, and how she must bow her head in submission. Across town, in the bustling streets where the shadows of the past collide with the harsh light of the present, Samuel moves like a ghost, a specter of his own making. He ducks into an alley, heart racing, breath shallow, as shouts slice through the air like knives. "Nigger," they yell, a word heavy with venom, a word that binds him, a word he resents yet cannot escape. He clenches his jaw, skin prickling with anger and fear, the echo of that word clanging in his ears like a death knell. He is a man caught between worlds, one where he dreams of freedom and another where the chains of Jim Crow dictate his existence. "I remember what it feels like to be a child," he murmurs, recalling days spent chasing fireflies, the joy of innocence untouched. But those memories slip through his fingers like sand, and he realizes, with a gut-wrenching twist, that every moment of joy is tainted by an ever-present dread. He can see them now, the menacing figures in uniforms, their sneers like daggers poised to strike, ready to remind him of his place, a place he refuses to accept. In the quiet of her small room, Clara's breath catches as she remembers Samuel. They used to share dreams under the stars, their laughter mingling with the night air, unafraid of the darkness surrounding them. But now, distance stretches between them, a chasm filled with uncertainty and fear. "What if he doesn't come back?" she whispers, the question hanging heavy in the air, a ghost that refuses to leave. As the shadows lengthen, Clara rises, her resolve solidifying. She will not be a prisoner in her own life. She pulls on her coat, the fabric worn, yet familiar, and steps into the night, the cool air wrapping around her like a shroud. Every step she takes feels like a rebellion, a resounding declaration against a world that seeks to silence her. The streets are alive with tension, a simmering pot on the verge of boiling over. She can hear the whispers, the hushed conversations of those who dare to hope and those who live in fear. "Meet me at the crossroads," they said. "There's talk of change." Her heart beats faster. Change, a word laced with promise and peril. Samuel stands at the edge of the crowd, a gnawing urgency in his chest. He is surrounded by faces, some familiar, some foreign, each one etched with desperation, hope, and anger. A voice calls out, trembling but fierce, "We will not be silenced." It rises above the murmurs, a clarion call that sends ripples through the throng. He clutches the paper in his hand, crumpled and stained, the words seeping into his skin, igniting a fire within him. "I remember," he begins, his voice shaking but resolute. "I remember what it means to stand tall, to demand our rights, to scream into the void until it answers back." The crowd swells, their collective heartbeat rising, thrumming with a pulsating energy that threatens to explode. Clara, now amidst the gathering, finds Samuel's gaze, and for a moment, time suspends. They are two souls intertwined by a dream, fighting against an oppressive shadow that seeks to devour them whole. She reaches for him, fingers brushing against his, and the connection ignites a spark, an unspoken promise of solidarity, of resistance. But just then, a siren wails, a sound that cuts through the air like a blade, sharp and foreboding. The crowd stills, fear creeping back in like a thief in the night. Clara's heart races. What will happen? She breathes, the question hanging in the air, pregnant with dread. Samuel's eyes darken, the weight of reality crashing down upon them. "We stand together, or we fall apart," he replies, voice steady despite the chaos brewing around them. In that moment, they are not just Clara and Samuel, they are the faces of a movement, the embodiment of a fight that transcends their individual struggles. The air crackles with urgency, a charge that demands action. They stand on the precipice of a new dawn, but the threat of violence looms, a specter that haunts their every step. As the officers emerge from the shadows, faces hardened, eyes cold, Clara feels the tremor beneath her skin. "I remember," she whispers, her heart attacking her throat, each beat a reminder of the stakes. The crowd presses closer, a mass of humanity fueled by desperation, a wave ready to crash against the rocky shores of oppression. But the officers advance, a wall of authority, a stark reminder of the chains that bind them. Together, Samuel urges, voice firm, yet tinged with fear. Clara nods, and as the first shout erupts, a sound filled with defiance that pierces the night, they are no longer alone. The shadows shift, the boundaries blur, and in this moment, the fight begins, not just for themselves, but for every silenced voice that has ever longed to be heard. The confrontation looms, electric and terrifying, a catalyst for change or a harbinger of despair. In this crucible of fear and hope, hearts pound not just for survival, but for the promise of a tomorrow where the weight of oppression lifts, where laughter once more fills the air, where dreams can dance freely like fireflies in the night. And as Clara stands with Samuel, the world around them fades, leaving only the raw, pounding rhythm of their fight echoing through the darkness. The room pulsated with an electric tension, the kind that crawls beneath your skin and leaves you breathless. Outside, the moon hung like a voyeur, peering through windows draped in darkness, where dreams collided with stark realities. The laughter of the partygoers seeped in, but within these four walls, silence had become a living entity. In that moment, a painting hung askew on the wall, its colors bled into one another, crimson, cobalt, gold, like the heartbeats of a people caught in a whirlwind of creativity and despair. I remember the first time I met Langston. He stood in the corner, a solitary figure draped in a cloak of thought, a storm swirling behind his deep-set eyes. He spoke in whispered verses, as if every word was a prayer echoing through the void. "Art," he said, "is a weapon, a shield, a lifeline." I could see the weight of that truth etched on his brow. In those moments, I felt the universe contract around us, pulling us into a singular purpose. His voice was a melody rising and falling like the city streets beyond, raw, intimate, urgent. And then there was Zora, with laughter that danced like sunlight on water, so vibrant it threatened to shatter the oppressive air. She bore the kind of fire that could ignite an entire room, yet within her flickered the shadows of doubt. "They don't understand, Langston," she whispered one evening, her fingers brushing the edges of her latest manuscript, a cascade of paper strewn about like fallen leaves. "They think we're just entertainers, but we are their conscience, their mirror." There was a vulnerability in her gaze, a haunting echo of past wounds, of battles fought in silence. I saw her strength, but beneath it lay a deep ache, one that resonated with anyone who'd ever felt unseen. The party swelled around us, bodies moving to jazz that kissed the air with its improvisational heartbeat. I could feel the pulse of the night, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of every soul present. Yet, within that rhythm, there was a haunting undertone, the shadows whispered of a world that remained unkind, of souls trapped between the longing for freedom and the chains of oppression. "Look at them," Langston said, his voice tinged with bitterness. "They dance, they laugh, but they don't know the cost of our joy." His gaze drifted beyond the crowd, to the streets where sirens wailed like banshees, and shadows loomed larger than life. I followed his gaze, and in that moment, the laughter dimmed, the music faded, and all that remained was the weight of unspoken truths, of lives lived in the margins. I remember the first time my pen met the paper, the ink bleeding into words that felt both liberating and heavy. "Art for art's sake." I scoffed, as if the very notion was an affront to our existence. No, we were warriors, wielding creativity as our sword. Each brushstroke, each stanza, each note crafted not just for beauty, but as a testament to our sorrow, our rage, our triumph over the darkness that sought to swallow us whole. But as the night deepened, the tension crackled like electricity in the air, each heartbeat echoing the unrelenting struggle for identity and dignity. I watched as Zora's laughter faded into a pensive silence, her radiant spirit momentarily dimmed. "What if they never see us, Langston?" she asked, her voice trembling with vulnerability. What if we sing and scream, and still no one hears? In that moment, my heart ached for her, for all of us. We stood at the crossroads of creation and annihilation, a tapestry of brilliance woven with threads of despair. The weight of our existence threatened to crush us, yet we rose, determined to be heard, to be seen. I felt the burdens of our ancestors, ghosts trailing behind us, urging us forward. "Then we fight," Langston replied, his resolve like steel. "We fight with every note, every word, every brushstroke." The confrontation we all dreaded loomed on the horizon, a storm gathering strength as the night wore on. Outside, the city hummed with life, but within us simmered a fervor that could no longer be contained. We were artists, yes, but we were also activists, devoted to unearthing truths that lay buried beneath layers of prejudice and pain. "Tomorrow," Zora whispered, her eyes flickering with determination, "we take our art to the streets." The air grew thick with anticipation, a feeling that sent shivers down my spine. Tomorrow we would stand under the weight of the world. Tomorrow we would expose the raw, bleeding heart of a community yearning for recognition. The clock ticked ominously, each second a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. The laughter of the partygoers now felt distant, like echoes in a cave. I could feel the ghosts of our past swirling around us, wrapping us in their stories of struggle and strength. The air thickened, I could taste the salt of sweat and tears, the metallic tang of hope. I remember staring into the abyss, a gaping maw of uncertainty stretching before us. Each of us fought our battles, our demons whispering doubts that clawed at our insides. Yet, within that fear lay a glimmer of light, a spark that refused to be extinguished. We were artists, yes, but we were also human, a mosaic of flaws, fears, and unyielding desire. We would fight, we had to. And as the night deepened, we clung to each other, a triad of strength, vulnerability, and unwavering resolve. Tomorrow would bring chaos, but also beauty, an explosion of raw expression that would shake the very foundations of a society too often blinded by ignorance. The shadows crept closer, but we stood tall, ready to face the inevitable waves of change. I felt the world around me pulse with life, each beat reverberating through my bones, resonating with the collective heart of our existence. We were more than artists, we were the echoes of 1,000 voices yearning to be heard, demanding a reckoning. The confrontation awaited us, a storm on the horizon, and as we stood together, I realized the battle had just begun. The train screeched to a halt, the sound tearing through the stillness like a scream in the night. Ella's heart raced, thundering in her chest, each beat a reminder of the life she was leaving behind. Outside the window, the world blurred, a haze of faces, of desperate eyes searching for hope, flickering like stars in a dying sky. The air was thick with tension, she could taste it, metallic and bitter, mingling with the scent of sweat and fear. "I can't go back," she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible over the clamor of the station. Fear clutched at her throat, threatening to choke her. But the faces of her children, small and fragile, flickered in her mind like faintly lit candles in a dark room. She could not return to the suffocating silence of their old home, where dreams went to wither. She needed this, needed to escape the suffocating weight of despair. Beside her, Malik fidgeted, his hands restless, fingers twitching like a dancer caught in a rhythm only he could hear. They were not just running, they were reborn, each step a desperate grasp at life. But the weight of responsibility gnawed at him. "What if we don't make it?" His voice cracked, raw with vulnerability, a splinter of doubt wedged into the fragile hope they shared. "I remember the stories, Malik. I remember the way the city lights twinkled like promises," Ella replied, clutching his arm. She could feel his warmth, a tether to sanity amid the chaos. "We'll find a place where laughter echoes instead of screams." But even as she spoke, the shadows of uncertainty loomed, dark and unforgiving, hovering like ghosts around them. The train hissed, releasing steam like a primordial breath. It was less a machine and more a beast, hungry for souls to devour, and they were climbing aboard its back, hoping it would carry them to salvation. Outside, the crowd surged, a tide of bodies, each person a story, a heartbeat, a fractured dream. Ella's breath quickened, she felt the pull of the city's promise, and yet, a heavy dread settled in her stomach. Do you think it'll be different? Malik pressed, anxiety threading through his words. Will they welcome us? Ella's resolve faltered for a moment, the weight of his question pressing down on her like a shroud. She looked into his eyes, those deep, questioning pools that sought light in the darkness. They have to, she said, forcing a smile that trembled on her lips. We have to believe they will. As the train began to move, a sudden jolt sent her heart into her throat. The world outside blurred into a watercolor of colors, greens, browns, a smattering of gray buildings that held stories of their own. She leaned against the cool glass, letting the rhythm of the train soothe her racing thoughts, the thump-thump-thump mirroring the drum of her heart. Each chug bore her further from the weight of her old life. She closed her eyes, envisioning her children running under a sun that didn't scorch but warmed, a place where they could breathe freely. Time stretched, a thin thread spinning between hope and despair. The train's passage felt eternal, as though the universe held its breath, waiting for their fate to unfold. Ella glanced at Malik, who stared out the window, lost in his own thoughts, a frown etched on his brow. It was in these moments that the enormity of their choice crashed down upon her like a tidal wave. She reached for his hand, intertwining their fingers, grounding herself in his presence. I remember, she said softly, the way the sky looked the night we decided. Stars, Malik. So many stars. We thought they were our dreams. He turned to her, eyes wide, as if she had spoken a spell. And now? Now we chase the light, she replied, her voice steady, a lifeline to hold onto in the swirling uncertainty. A sudden shout jolted them back to reality, a move. Get off. A conductor pushed past, urgency enveloping him like a cloak. Panic rippled through the cabin, people scrambled to gather their things, the air thickening with tension. Ella's pulse quickened, fear flooding her veins. What if they were caught? What if they were sent back? Stay close, she shouted, gripping Malik's hand tighter as they stood amid the chaos, bodies colliding in a frenzy of uncertainty. They were all just souls adrift, seeking something greater than themselves. As they stepped off the train, the cacophony of the city engulfed them, a roaring beast of sound and life. Car horns blared, voices shouted, the unmistakable scent of fried food and diesel smoke enveloped them. Ella's heart raced in time with the chaotic rhythm of the unfamiliar city. In the distance, a tall building loomed, its glass facade reflecting the sun like a beacon of hope, or a mirage. It could be their salvation, or another cruel illusion. But she couldn't dwell on that now, they had to keep moving. Malik tugged at her arm, pulling her back to the present. Where do we go? His voice trembled, a quiver of doubt creeping through. We find a place, Ella said, her spirit igniting with resolve. We will find somewhere safe. But the city didn't care about their hopes. It swallowed them whole, shadows stretching long and foreboding as they wove through the throng. Ella felt the weight of invisible chains tightening around her, a reminder that freedom was never free. She could almost hear the voices of her ancestors whispering warnings, echoing through the alleyways of her mind. Do you hear that? Malik asked suddenly, his eyes scanning the bustling street. What if they come for us? I remember the sound of sirens, she murmured, clutching his hand fiercely. The threat of their past hung over them like a dark cloud, always lurking just out of reach, a memory they couldn't shake off. With every step into the unknown, a part of her felt alive, yet another part trembled with the fear of what lay ahead. They were chasing dreams, but dreams had a way of twisting into nightmares. The city pulsed with life, yet it felt so painfully alone. And just as Ella's hope began to flicker like a dying candle, she caught a glimpse of a child laughing, a boy chasing a butterfly, blissfully unaware of the weight of the world. In that fleeting moment, Ella felt the flicker ignite. Perhaps, just perhaps, they could find a place where laughter echoed instead of sorrow, where their hearts could beat freely without the shadow of fear looming over them. The chase was on, the city awaited them, its darkness and light intertwined. They had no idea what lay ahead, but they were ready to face it together. The promise of a better life hung in the air, tantalizing, just out of reach. Their hearts beat as one, colliding with the rhythm of a city that never slept, never stopped, where hope and despair danced in the shadows, and the great migration continued, one step at a time. The earth trembles, an echo of artillery, a rumble of distant thunder. I stand in the mud and muck, my heart racing, the air thick with gunpowder and the acrid scent of fear. Around me, men scream, their voices swallowed by chaos, and I can feel the weight of my own dread, palpable as the cold steel of my rifle pressed tightly against my chest. It's October 1918, and the world is on fire, but it feels as if I'm the only one burning. The night sky hangs heavy, a shroud of darkness, and all I can hear are the whispers of those who came before me, urging me to fight, to remember. I remember my mother's hands, calloused and strong, pressing a worn photograph into my palm as I left. "You carry our dreams," she said, her voice breaking like splintered wood. And here I am, Private James E. Smith, the weight of generations on my shoulders, thrust into a war that seems as vast and ungraspable as the cosmos itself. "You will make us proud," she whispered, and in that moment, I made a promise. I'd show the world my worth, not just for me, but for every soul who bled before me. "Smith! Get down!" The voice cuts through the madness, sharp and urgent. I duck just as bullets slice the air above my head, whistling like angry hornets. My heart pounds fiercely, a war drum echoing in my ears. I turn to my left and see Corporal David Thompson, his face a mask of determination streaked with mud and fear. His eyes are all at once haunted and fierce, and I can see the shadows of doubt swirling within him. David is a man tethered to his dreams, a father of two back home, a man who believes in a future brighter than the present chaos. "Do you think they'll remember us?" he shouts through the din, his voice raw. "When this is over, will they see us as heroes?" I want to scream that they will. I want to promise him that history will remember the sacrifices we make, the blood we spill. But instead, I find myself clawing at the truth, our contributions, our valor, wrapped in the layers of indifference. "I remember the night we enlisted," I say, voice trembling. "We stood proud, didn't we? Black men, side by side, stepping into a world that thought us lesser." David nods, but his smile falters as shrapnel explodes nearby, throwing dirt and debris around us like confetti from hell. In that moment, the camaraderie feels fragile, as if we're dancing on the edge of oblivion. We are not just soldiers, we are echoes of our ancestors, ghosts of a past that haunts us. The memories of lynchings, of oppression, claw at our hearts. And now, here, amidst the roar of cannons and the cries of the wounded, we seek validation in the chaos. Will they remember our names? David's question lingers in the air, heavy as 1,000 forgotten histories. I think of my brothers in arms, the men of the 369th Infantry Regiment, the Harlem Hellfighters. They charge into battle not just for their lives but for recognition. I can see them now, clad in uniforms, marching with ferocity, faces lit by the fire of determination. They fight for more than country, they fight for dignity, for a place in a world that treats them like shadows. A piercing scream cuts through my thoughts, yanking me back into the moment. A figure crumples to the ground, a soldier from our unit, blood soaking his uniform like a grim badge of honor. I watch as David's face twists in agony, something deep in his chest breaking apart with the knowledge that this could be any of us. "Why do we fight?" he breathes, the desperation clawing at his throat. "Why must we prove ourselves in a world that refuses to see us?" I want to tell him that our fight is for the generations yet unborn, that we are forging a passage through this storm of hatred. Because we must. For our children. For our dreams. Because one day, they will look back and see us standing tall. But the words feel hollow, slipping through my fingers like sand. The ground shakes again, and a distant roar reminds me of the storm raging beyond this battlefield, a storm that threatens to swallow us whole. "Get up! We need to move!" I shout, adrenaline coursing through my veins. But David hesitates, eyes clouded with doubt, a crumbling resolve. "James, what if we're just ghosts?" he whispers, barely audible above the cacophony. The question strikes me, a lightning bolt splitting the darkness. I remember a time when I sat with my father, listening to his stories about the valor of black soldiers in battles past, stories of courage buried beneath layers of time, of sacrifice that went unnoticed. "We are not ghosts," I say, fiercely. "We are the foundation. We are the storm that will rattle the cages of history. They will remember us. As we rise, the ground becomes a dance floor of chaos, soldiers charging, falling, rising again, their breaths mingling with the smoke that chokes the very air we breathe. I feel the heart of the world beneath my feet, thundering loudly. Remember them, I murmur as we sprint toward the enemy lines. Remember us. We fight, not for glory but for the love of being seen. The night swells around us, a cloak of despair and hope, a tapestry of lives intertwined. Each heartbeat is a reminder, each breath a prayer. We are the men who have faced the shadows of history, the ghosts that refuse to be silenced. And even in the midst of war, we cling to the light, a flicker of hope that refuses to extinguish. The echoes of our struggle reverberate through time, and as I charge forward alongside David, I realize that the fight is far from over. The weight of our dreams, our sacrifices, stretches endlessly into the night, yearning to be remembered. The clock ticks, echoing through the damp, cracked walls of the small apartment. It's a sound that feels like a death knell, marking not just time but hope, slowly draining from the room. I sit on the edge of the fraying sofa, my fingers trembling as I clutch a crumpled letter, the eviction notice. It's yellowed, faded, yet its words burn like acid. I remember the day it arrived, the way the sun filtered through the grimy window, casting an ethereal glow over the inevitable despair. You have 30 days, it said, but the weight of those words was heavier than any stone. Across the room, my father paces, a storm contained within a fragile frame. The leather soles of his shoes drag over the splintered floorboards, each step an echo of his own shattered dreams. I've been working my fingers to the bone, he mutters, a mantra tinged with rage and desperation. He glances at me, his eyes two dark pools of regret. But what good is that when the world just keeps taking? And I look back, feeling the sharp sting of tears threatening to spill over. My heart twists painfully. I remember laughter, once, not so long ago, there were smiles and dreams. Now, we're just shadows in this ghost of a life. Then there's my younger sister, Lila, perched on the windowsill, her gaze lost somewhere beyond the smog-choked horizon. She's 10, but she wears the burden of 1,000 sorrows. I remember how, just last week, she asked me if we were poor. "Are we poor, Ellie?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the fragile threadbare curtains. I didn't answer then, but now, the question claws at my insides. "Maybe we can afford a loaf of bread," I lie, the taste of false hope bitter on my tongue. I remember her small face lighting up, even if only for a moment, her innocence a piercing contrast to the weight hanging heavy in the air. Outside, the streets are a symphony of despair. A line of men stretches down the block, their faces etched with weariness. They shuffle along, hunched over like broken marionettes, each one a testament to dreams turned to dust. I can almost hear their silent cries, see their empty eyes reflecting a world stripped of promise. "Keep your heads up," they say, though their voices crack under the weight of their own defeat. I see them, and I know, this is not just an economic collapse, it's a funeral procession for dreams, each footstep echoing the loss of what was and what could have been. I remember the day we pooled our last coins to buy a single apple. It felt like a treasure, its red skin glistening with unspoken magic. We passed it between us, cherishing each bite as if it were a morsel of hope. Lila's eyes sparkled with delight, but my father's gaze was distant. "You must eat," I insisted. "You need your strength." But he only shook his head and turned away, and in that moment, I felt the fissures of despair widen, threatening to engulf us. As the days bleed into one another, I can't shake the gnawing fear that our time is slipping away. I remember the ghostly whispers of the neighbors, murmured conversations punctuated by the wailing of sirens. They say the banks are failing, and that starvation lurks just around the corner. The air is thick with despair, each breath a reminder of our fragility. I can see it etched in the lines of their faces, the way they clutch their empty pockets like treasures, the way their shoulders sag as if carrying the weight of the world. Each evening, as night falls, the shadows grow longer, swallowing the light. I find solace in the quiet moments, watching Lila's eyes flutter as she dreams. In her slumber, she dances through fields of wildflowers, untouched by our reality. I remember the fleeting glimpse of joy in her smile, the way her laughter would spill into the air like music. But with every dawn, the music fades, drowned by the cacophony of survival. Then, one fateful night, the air crackles with a tension I can't ignore. My father stands by the window, fists clenched, his silhouette a dark omen against the dim glow of the street lamp. "I will not let this beat me," he declares, a promise wrapped in rage. But I see the cracks in his resolve, the way his voice trembles like fragile glass. The walls close in, and I feel the suffocating weight of our circumstances. I want to scream, to shatter the silence that binds us, but all that escapes is a choked sob. "Ellie," Lila whispers, breaking through the fog of despair. "Will we be okay?" Her small voice trembles with unspoken fears, and I know that my answer must be strong, unyielding. Of course, I lie, wrapping my arms around her, pulling her close. But inside, I am crumbling, and the facade is slipping away, a delicate mask hiding a chaos of emotions. The days turn into weeks, and the weight of uncertainty becomes unbearable. I watch as the world outside dims, as hope gives way to resignation. The echoes of laughter are replaced by the haunting sound of empty bellies, of dreams deferred. We are caught in a relentless tide of despair, struggling to breathe as the waters rise. What happens if they take the apartment? Lila asks one evening, her eyes wide with fear. Where will we go? My heart aches, but I have no answers. Then comes the day of reckoning, a confrontation with our reality that feels like a punch to the gut. The landlord stands at the door, a figure of authority wrapped in bitterness. You've had your time, he snaps, the finality of his words slicing through the air. I watch my father, the fight flickering in his eyes like a candle in a storm. I'll find a way, he vows, but I see the shadows creeping in around him, the weariness settling deeper. In that moment, everything unravels, the despair, the dreams, the resolve. And as our lives hang in the balance, I remember the power of resilience that flickers within us all, a fragile flame struggling against the winds of fate. The tears spill over as I hold Lila tight, feeling the tremors of our reality, and I know we're still here, still fighting, still alive in this haunting symphony of hardship. The world may crumble, but we will stand, together, against the encroaching darkness. The air is thick with smoke, acrid and suffocating. A soldier, barely more than a boy, cradles a rifle that feels heavier than his own body, his heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of life and death intertwined. He crouches low behind rubble, the remnants of a city that once thrummed with laughter and light, now reduced to whispers of ghosts. The ground trembles beneath him, not from explosions, but from the weight of fear, the weight of choices. A siren wails in the distance, and with it, all hope rises and falls like the tide of a stormy sea, crashing against jagged rocks. I remember, he breathes out, trembling fingers gripping the cold metal. I remember the faces of the people I left behind. His name is Tom, and he carries memories like anchors, dragging him down into the depths of despair. He sees her face, Sophie, with her laughter like sunlight, her eyes shimmering like the stars he can barely see through the haze. But that laughter is replaced by the crack of gunfire, each shot a reminder of the cost of freedom, each moment a struggle against the dark that encroaches. And then there's Grace, back home in America, her hands stained with ink and the scent of sweat. She types furiously, pouring out her soul onto the pages of a newspaper, determined to rally the nation against the tide of apathy that threatens to swallow them whole. Every word she types feels like a battle cry, but she knows the war rages not just abroad, but within the hearts of her neighbors, who turn away from the plight of men like Tom. I remember, she murmurs, the day I realized silence kills more than bullets. The clock on her wall ticks ominously, a reminder of the time slipping away, of lives lost in the namelessness of war. Each tick feels like a heartbeat, echoing the stories of soldiers forgotten, of families torn apart. She remembers the night her brother enlisted, his face pale under the moonlight. I'll be back, Grace, he promised, but the weight of that promise hangs heavy, like a noose tightening around her heart. In the shadows of the city, where lights flicker like dying stars, Tom and Grace's worlds intertwine. His night is filled with the stench of fear, while hers is illuminated by the glow of a street lamp, a solitary beacon in the darkness. They are both fighting, yet they feel the irony of their struggle. She battles for the truth, he for survival. Their fight for freedom, separated by oceans and miles, batters against the walls of their lives, threatening to break them apart. Tom peers through the wreckage, his gaze catching on a flicker of movement, an enemy soldier, lurking like a predator, ready to pounce. Time slows, the world fading until it's just him and that single moment, the echo of the past crashing against the present. "I remember," he whispers, "every promise I've made." He thinks of Sophie, of the life they could have had if fate hadn't cast him into this chaos. He takes a breath, feels the weight of the rifle, the weight of the world. A shot breaks the silence, a deafening roar that steals his breath. He feels the heat of the bullet soar past him, the sting of fear sharp like a knife, slicing through his resolve. But in that moment, something awakens within him. The desire to survive, to fight for something greater than himself, overrides the instinct to flee. He rises from his crouch, heart racing with adrenaline. This is it. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Across the miles, Grace hears the echo of that gunshot in the very marrow of her bones. She grasps her typewriter, fingers trembling against the keys. "I remember," she types, the words pouring forth like a river breaking free from a dam. Freedom isn't a gift, it's a fight. It's blood on our hands and ink on our pages. It's the promise of tomorrow, even when today feels hopeless. Each word is a lifeline, a connection to the soldiers abroad, to Tom, to the brother she lost to the war machine. She knows that every letter she writes pulls them closer to the truth, closer to the freedom they all crave. But the shadows of doubt creep in. Will anyone read her words? Will they care? Tom's breath comes in ragged bursts as he charges forward, heart pounding in sync with the chaos around him. The world blurs into a cacophony of shouts, gunfire, and the cries of the wounded. He moves like a shadow through the smoke, every step weighted with uncertainty and purpose. "I remember," he grits his teeth, "I remember everything I stand for." The enemy soldier looms closer, and in a flash of instinct, he raises his rifle. A heartbeat. A shot. The world shatters, the bullet finding its mark, the echo of the gunshot swallowed by the cries of the battlefield. For a fleeting moment, a thread of victory courses through him, a breath of freedom, a glimmer of hope in a dark abyss. But as he falls to his knees, the blood-soaked earth beneath him feels heavy with sacrifice. He knows that each life taken is a price paid, a debt owed to the dream of freedom. Back home, Grace presses her forehead against the cool wood of her desk. She closes her eyes, feeling the weight of her words like a prayer. "I remember," she whispers into the stillness of the night, "that every story matters." She grips the pages tightly, feeling the pulse of her brother's spirit guiding her. "We are fighting together, even when we're apart." With the dawn comes the haunting realization that the fight for freedom isn't just in the battlefields or on the home front, it's in every heartbeat, in every breath, echoing across time and space, binding Tom and Grace in an indelible connection. The war rages on, but so does their resolve, a relentless tide against the shadows, a promise that will never fade. And as the sun rises, its light piercing through the clouds, the world remains suspended in that moment, at a clash of hope and despair, of love and loss, a testament to the spirit that refuses to be silenced. The struggle continues, swirling like smoke in the air, a haunting reminder that the fight for freedom is never truly over, it only transforms, passing from one soul to the next, weaving an eternal tapestry of yearning and resilience. The sirens wail, piercing the suffocating heat of that July afternoon. Breaths hitch in throats, panic thickening the air like smoke. I stand close enough to the front lines, my heart pounding against my ribs, each beat a reminder of my own fragile existence. The crowd is a living, breathing entity, faces painted with fear and hope, love and loss. I remember the way the sun seemed to sear the skin, but it was the tension crackling in the air that truly burned. A voice calls out from somewhere. "They can't silence us." It's a rallying cry, raw and fierce, cutting through the murmur of uncertainty. I turn to see Mary, her eyes aflame with the kind of defiance that makes you want to scream or weep, or both. Mary, my sister, my anchor. She stands tall, fists clenched, a tempest wrapped in a delicate frame. I know she wants to break barriers, to shatter the chains that bind us, yet I can see the fear lurking behind her fierce facade. It's a fear I recognize too well, What if she becomes a ghost, just another name on the list of those taken too soon? I remember my mother's voice, soft yet firm, teaching us the meaning of resilience in a world that expected us to cower. Hold your head high, no matter how heavy the chains feel, she said. But how do you hold your head high when the night is closing in, shadows stretching and twisting, coiling around hope? The moment hangs, suspended in an eerie silence, as if the universe holds its breath, waiting for the next act in this tragic play. I catch a glimpse of David, standing a few paces away, his gaze lost in a distant horizon. My best friend, my brother in arms, he wears the weight of the world on his shoulders, the burden of 1,000 battles fought yet never truly won. His brow furrows, lips pressed into a thin line, and I can see the storm swirling within him. What if this is it? He murmurs, voice barely above a whisper, thick with dread. The question hovers, heavy and oppressive, hanging between us like a fragile thread ready to snap. I remember the countless nights we spent under the stars, dreaming of a future unshackled from the past. But in this moment, the stars seem to dim, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The air crackles, and suddenly, a shout breaks the silence. Go back to where you came from. The words are laced with venom, a weapon aimed directly at our hearts. They're not just words, they're a reminder, an echo of every time we weren't good enough, every time our skin color dictated our worth. The crowd surges, a collective gasp, and I feel my body tighten, unwilling to yield to fear. Mary's voice rises above the chaos, fierce and unwavering. We are here. We are real. I watch her, a firebrand in the midst of a storm, and my heart swells with pride and terror. I want to reach out, to pull her back into the safety of our memories, the quiet laughter shared over late-night whispers. But there's something electric in her resolve, a spark that ignites the air. Don't move, don't break. David's voice cuts through my reverie, fierce like the tip of a spear. He locks eyes with me, a silent promise in their depths. We're in this together, we always have been. But I cannot shake the unease clawing at my throat. What happens when the fight becomes too great? Remember the dream, I whisper to myself, the words a mantra against the rising tide of despair. The dream of freedom, of equality, what if it's just that? A dream? The crowd shifts, a wave of bodies moving with purpose, and in that instant, the air is electric, charged with the pulse of 1,000 hearts. We will not be silenced, Mary bellows, her voice a beacon cutting through the dark. She steps forward, breaking the invisible barrier, and every instinct within me screams for her to stop, to retreat. But the fire in her soul is undeniable, a force of nature that cannot be contained. The crack of a baton shatters the air, and a scream erupts. Instinct takes over, and I move, toward the sound, toward the chaos. David is at my side, our feet pounding against the asphalt, the rhythm of our hearts sinking in desperate solidarity. We need to protect her, he shouts, a determination etched into his features. But as we push through the throng, shadows loom large. I see the officers, their faces obscured by helmets, their eyes cold and unyielding. A deep chill lodges in my chest. This is not just a protest, this is a battleground, and the stakes couldn't be higher. I feel the weight of the moment pressing down, each breath a struggle against the encroaching darkness. Keep moving. David yells, pulling me along, but nothing can drown out the sound of my heartbeat thundering in my ears. I can't lose them. I can't lose her. The thought becomes an obsession, a mantra that echoes through the chaos. Mary's voice rises again, defiant against the storm. We are more than the color of our skin, she cries, as if to drown out the darkness that threatens to swallow her whole. The words resonate, igniting a fire in the hearts of those around her, a collective roar rising as one. And as I push forward, I feel something shift within me, a flicker of hope igniting against the despair. Maybe this is what it means to fight, to stand together in a world that would rather see you divided. But the shadows linger, and I know the battle is far from over. It stretches into infinity, an eternal fight against the chains that bind us. And still, I remember. I remember the warmth of their hands clasped together, the dreams we dared to dream, the hope that refused to die. In this moment, under the harsh gaze of the sun, I realize that there is no end to this fight. We are woven into the fabric of history, each heartbeat a thread pulling us closer to freedom, and I know that even when the night comes, we will stand together, unbroken, unyielding. The battle rages on, and as the sun dips low, casting long shadows, I can't help but wonder if the dawn is waiting just beyond the horizon. The air crackles with tension, thick and suffocating, as if the very universe holds its breath. In this moment, on the cusp of history, a child's laughter echoes, pure and innocent, crashing against the walls of reality like a wave against jagged rocks. But the laughter is short-lived, swallowed by the shadows creeping in from the edges. I remember the weight of those shadows, how they draped over everything, heavy and ominous. I remember the sound of sirens in the distance, a wail that seemed to pierce the night, resonating with the pulse of a heart gripped by fear and hope. There's a fire inside me, an ember that flickers against the chill of despair. I can still see her, Rosa Parks, sitting defiantly in that bus, her gaze steady, a quiet hurricane in the eye of chaos. I remember the moment they called her a troublemaker, a disruptor of peace. The whispers of "just sit down and be quiet" danced around her like vultures circling, hungry for compliance. But Rosa, oh, how her spirit soared. Her stubbornness was a stone thrown into the pond of complacency, sending ripples of change that would swell into waves. I could feel the weight of her resolve, the fierce heartbeat of a woman who understood that the fight for dignity was a battle worth raging. And then there was Martin. I remember his voice, rich and soulful, weaving through the fabric of a fractured nation like golden thread through a tattered quilt. "I have a dream," he declared, a simple phrase that shook the foundations of an entire world. I could see the faces in the crowd, eyes wide and glistening, hopes ignited like fireflies in a darkened field. But beneath that hopeful facade lay anxiety, a gnawing fear that whispered, "What if? What if the dream never came true? What if the night never gave way to dawn?" I remember standing among them, feeling the weight of the moment, a million hearts beating as one, a symphony of longing, hope, and the undeniable ache of injustice. But the night was not without its horrors. I remember the police, the snarls of dogs, the crack of batons meeting flesh. I remember the screams that echoed through the streets of Birmingham, the terror that gripped the city like a vice. And yet, amid the violence, there stood a man, John Lewis, resolute as a lighthouse in a storm. His eyes burned with determination, fierce and unyielding. "We are going to make this country live up to its promise," he shouted, rallying a legion of souls ready to march into the jaws of brutality. They marched arm in arm, a river of humanity flowing against the tide of oppression, and I stood there, caught in the current, swept away by their courage. But the blood ran thick, pooling at their feet like the whispers of ghosts begging for justice. I remember the faces of those who fell, each one a life extinguished too soon, each name a prayer on the lips of those left behind. Medgar Evers, shot down in his own driveway, Malcolm X, his voice silenced too early, but his spirit raging still. The echoes of their sacrifices filled the air, a haunting melody that pushed us forward, even as we stumbled. And in those quiet moments, when the world held its breath, I remember the dreams that danced just beyond reach. The vision of a world where children could play without fear, where skin color didn't dictate destiny, a world where love was stronger than hate, woven together in a tapestry of understanding. Each heartbeat resonated with the hope that the dawn would break, that the sun would rise, casting light into the darkest corners of the earth. But time, cruel and indifferent, stretched like shadows at dusk, teasing us with flickers of promise while holding the weight of despair close. I remember the silence that fell in those pivotal moments, when decisions were made, futures forged. The tension hung like a thick fog, wrapping itself around us, blurring the lines between right and wrong. The struggle was palpable, each breath a battle, each movement a statement. We were all warriors, armed with nothing but our voices, our bodies, our dreams. Then came Selma. The march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, an iconic stand that would carve its mark in history. I remember how the air felt electric, charged with hope and fear. The crowd surged forward, a tide of defiance against the walls of bigotry. I could almost taste the blood in the air, the sweat and tears mingling in a cocktail of resolve. They would not be silenced. They would not bend. And as they walked, hand in hand, the world watched, breathless, waiting for the storm to break. But storms can be both beautiful and terrifying. I remember the chaos that erupted, the brutality of those who sought to quell the uprising. The clash of bodies, the cries for justice echoing against the oppressive roar of hatred. I felt the sting of injustice in my own heart, a fierce longing to reach out, to hold those who stood firm against the tide. Their spirits soared, unbreakable, even as the world crumbled around them. And then, just as quickly as the darkness swept in, a flicker of light emerged. I remember the laughter again, the joy mingling with sorrow, as victory edged closer. The Civil Rights Act, a promise etched into the fabric of the nation, a dream realized but not yet fulfilled. I could see the smiles, hear the cheers, but the shadows lingered, a reminder that the battle was far from over. The fight continues, a perpetual dance between despair and hope, a relentless cycle of struggle and triumph. I remember the names, each one a heartbeat in this ongoing saga, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. And in this moment, as I stand at the precipice of history, I realize that we are all key figures in this battle, carrying our own dreams, our own burdens, our own stories. The fight for civil rights is never a singular journey, it is a collective heartbeat, a symphony of voices rising together, a relentless quest for justice that echoes through time. And so, as I feel the pulse of the past reverberating through my very being, I know this is not the end. It is merely a turning point, an invitation to remember, to stand, to fight once more. The shadows may linger, but so do the dreams. We are the torchbearers of hope, guided by the flickering light of those who came before us, illuminating the path forward, towards a brighter dawn that awaits just beyond the horizon. The story is not over, it has only just begun. The television flickered, its glow casting long shadows across the dim room, the silence pregnant with expectation. It was a moment suspended in time, a moment when the world held its breath. A countdown blared, numbers racing down like a ticking bomb, and in the heart of that stillness, the fabric of reality began to unravel. I remember the night vividly, every heartbeat echoing in the void, every person's gaze glued to the screen, their faces lit with fear and anticipation. I could sense the collective pulse of the city, the thrum of anxiety wrapping around us like a shroud. Natalie sat on the edge of the couch, her knuckles white as she clenched the remote. She was the kind of woman who wore her heart on her sleeve, her emotions spilling over like an unguarded dam. The news anchor's voice, calm yet urgent, filled the air with the kind of gravity that pulls you down into despair. A civil unrest has erupted in the heart of downtown. The police are urging citizens to stay indoors. But the air was thick with the electric charge of necessity, it was impossible to look away. I remember her eyes, wide, glistening like shattered glass, reflecting the flickering images of chaos on the screen. She was torn between the primal urge to protect her family and the suffocating weight of helplessness that had become her constant companion. The screen flashed images of protesters clashing with riot police, batons swinging and voices rising, each shout echoing her own inner turmoil. "Why are they doing this?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile illusion of safety that had held her together. Then there was Mark, standing by the window, his expression inscrutable. He had always been the rock, the one who steadied the ship in stormy seas, but tonight he felt like a lighthouse flickering in a tempest. Words slipped through his lips like grains of sand. This is what they want, national. They want us scared. His breath was a whisper of defiance, but his eyes betrayed him, they were stormy, haunted by a fear he couldn't articulate. The weight of his unresolved conflicts loomed over them, a father, a husband, a man caught in the web of societal expectations and personal dreams. Outside, the wail of sirens pierced through the stillness, a haunting lullaby that twisted their insides. I remember the feeling that settled in my chest, a blend of dread and addiction, the way the media's portrayal of reality seeped into their lives like ink bleeding through paper. Images splashed on screens, carried across social media feeds, distorted and sensationalized, shaping narratives that held more power than truth. It was a kaleidoscope of chaos, where perception became reality, a ghastly mosaic of pain and hope, fear and rage. I watched as Natalie's phone buzzed incessantly, notifications flooding in, each ping a dagger to her sanity. "Look at this! They're saying it's a riot, a full-blown war." She turned the screen to Mark, her voice rising, each word laced with a desperate plea for understanding. "People are hurt, Mark. They're scared." The vulnerability in her tone cracked through him, resonating with the ghosts of his own struggles, his career, his dreams, the choices that had led them to this precipice. "Nat, listen." His voice broke, pushing against the rising tide of emotion. "This is just the beginning. The media spins it to keep us in line, keeps the fear alive. We can't let them control us." But what was he fighting against? The reality that their lives were a narrative scripted by unseen forces, manipulated by the very screens that surrounded them. With each flash of a headline, they were caught deeper in the web, a complex dance where the puppeteers pulled the strings, shaping perceptions that felt so far removed from their lived experience. The television continued to blare, the chaos outside unwinding like a tapestry of conflict. I felt their pain, their anxiety wrapping around me, pulling me into their world. The images played out like a haunting dream, a riot turned into a battlefield, a protest turned into a spectacle. "Look at them," Natalie murmured, her voice trembling. "They just want to be heard." Each word was a knife, cutting through the haze of their fears, revealing the raw, pulsating heart of humanity beneath the skin of sensationalism. Mark turned to her, his eyes glimmering with an intensity that burned brighter than the screen. "And what about us? What about our story?" It was a challenge, a question that hung in the air, pregnant with the weight of their unspoken fears. Could they carve out a narrative in a world that only saw headlines, in a society that thrived on division and chaos? The truth was a ghost, slipping through their fingers as they grappled with the tug of conflicting emotions. I remember the uncertainty that hung like a fog, thick and suffocating. The media had a way of painting their lives in broad strokes, blurring the lines between fact and fiction, reality and perception. They were caught in a whirlwind, the air crackling with electricity, their fate intertwined with the shadows flickering on the screen. As the sirens wailed, and the chaos crescendoed outside, they realized that every choice they made was a brushstroke on the canvas of their lives. But who held the brush? And as the night wore on, the city became a cacophony of voices, each story tangled in the threads of perception, each heartbeat a reminder that they were not alone. The media shaped their fears, but in the heart of that storm, they found a flicker of resolve. The shadows danced and twisted, and in the midst of the chaos, they began to grasp that their narratives mattered, every word, every breath, every silent scream. The tension mounted, thickening like the night air, as they prepared to confront not just the chaos outside, but the turmoil within. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, inevitable, relentless. The media had become the ghost, whispering in their ears, shaping their emotions, guiding their perceptions. But as they faced the darkness, they held onto the flickering light of their own stories, waiting for the moment that would transform them into warriors of truth, ready to reclaim their narrative against a world that sought to define them. The night was thick with tension, a velvet darkness hanging over the city like a shroud, enveloping everything in a suffocating embrace. Somewhere, distant sirens wailed, a haunting symphony of urgency, punctuating the silence that perched uneasily between breaths. I remember the feeling, a heart pounding under the weight of dread, echoing like a war drum in the stillness. It was a night that felt alive, pregnant with 1,000 unspoken words, and beneath that weight, I stood, entwined in a moment that would never let me go. In a dimly lit room, walls adorned with posters of revolution, two figures stood, their shadows long and stretched across the floor like the ghosts of the past. There was Marcus, a man with a fire in his belly and a heart full of scars, each one a reminder of the battles fought, both within and without. His eyes burned with an intensity that could penetrate the darkest of nights, searching for something just beyond reach. His hands, calloused and fidgeting, were reminders of the struggle that shaped him, the unyielding determination to carve out a life where his voice wouldn't just echo but resonate. Then there was Lisa, fierce and unrelenting, a warrior draped in vulnerability. She moved with grace, her every gesture a dance against the injustice that suffocated them. In her, I saw the reflective pain of 1,000 mothers, the weight of history resting heavy on her shoulders. She was a song and a scream, a living testament to dreams deferred. Every word that fell from her lips was steeped in a raw, unfiltered honesty, a mirror reflecting the chaos of the world they inhabited. I remember how she often fought to keep her composure, yet in her eyes, I saw the flicker of a flame that refused to be extinguished. As they stood there, the air thickened, charged with an electric urgency. The clock ticked loudly, each second a reminder of the inevitability of confrontation. "They think they can silence us," Marcus said, his voice a low growl, resonating against the walls. "But they don't know the power of our rage." I watched as he clenched his fists, the tension coiling tighter, ready to spring. It was a moment suspended in time, where everything felt possible yet achingly fragile. Lisa stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. "It's not just about them, Marcus. It's about us. It's about reclaiming our identity, our dignity." Her voice cracked, the emotion spilling over like a river bursting its banks. "We have to make them see. We have to make them feel." I could feel her desperation wrapping around me, a tangible force that threatened to pull me into her world of pain and hope. The shadows danced around them, flickering in the candlelight, whispering secrets of those who had come before, the giants of their history, the spirits of freedom fighters lingering, urging them onward. There was Malcolm, Martin, Angela, their names echoed in the silence, a chorus of courage that urged humanity to rise, to stand, to fight. I could hear them on the wind, their voices woven into the very fabric of the night, an unending reminder of the struggle that was both theirs and ours. And then, as if the universe itself sensed the brewing storm, the door burst open. The chill from the outside rushed in, a gust sharp enough to slice through the tension. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, a harbinger of chaos with eyes that glinted like shards of broken glass. "Time's up," he said, his voice devoid of warmth, a statement that sent shivers down my spine. The world outside waited with bated breath, a boiling pot ready to spill over, and in that moment, I felt a shift, a readiness to confront the demons that had haunted them, that had plagued their very existence. "Are we ready?" Marcus asked, his voice steady amidst the turmoil. It wasn't a question, it was a challenge, a rallying cry that hung heavily in the air. I watched as Lisa nodded, her determination igniting a fire that momentarily chased away the shadows. "We were born for this," she replied, the weight of her words wrapping around us like a cloak, grounding us in the reality of our purpose. The city outside buzzed with an energy that felt alive and electric, a pulse that thrummed beneath the surface. It was a world that had long forgotten the power of unity, the strength found in numbers, in shared dreams. They had once been silenced, pushed into the corners of society, but no longer. I could feel the tension building, a coiled spring ready to release, and as Marcus and Lisa stepped forward, I was pulled along, heart racing, adrenaline surging. As they exited into the night, the atmosphere shifted, thickening with purpose. Shadows morphed into allies, the stars above blinked knowingly, and the air crackled with anticipation. "This is our time," Marcus proclaimed, and the world around him seemed to shudder in agreement. I could taste the bitterness of fear mingling with the sweetness of hope, a potent cocktail that intoxicated the senses. Each step they took resonated with the heartbeat of a movement, a call to arms that echoed down the streets, igniting something deep within the very souls of those who dared to listen. In that moment, I realized that this was not just their fight, it was ours too, a collective struggle that transcended the boundaries of race, gender, and history. The night unfolded before us like a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of change, and I felt an overwhelming urge to be part of that masterpiece. I remembered the stories of my ancestors, the dreams they held close, and the sacrifices they made. It all swirled around me, a tempest of emotion that surged and roared. As they moved forward, the future loomed large, a tempest of uncertainty and possibility, swirling like an untamed galaxy. I could feel a revolution brewing, the winds of change whispering sweet promises of liberation, yet the shadows still lurked, thinly veiling the struggle ahead. In that chilling darkness, I found myself enraptured, heart thundering, caught in a web of hope and despair, knowing that the story was only just beginning, and the shadows would continue to dance as long as the fight for justice remained alive. The moon hung low in the sky, a ghostly witness to a world teetering on the edge of chaos. The cold wind whispered through the narrow streets, cradling secrets that had lodged themselves in the cracks of cobblestones, secrets of bloodshed and bravery. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows danced around me. The distant sound of clashing metal echoed like the restless spirits of those who had fought long before. With every breath, the air thickened with the memories of battles fought, their victories and defeats, etched into the very fabric of our souls. There was a girl, her name was Ilara, standing at the edge of the square. Her eyes were wide, mirroring the fear that pulsed through the crowd. She was not just a spectator, she was a descendant of warriors, carrying the weight of their legacy on her fragile shoulders. I could see it in the way she clenched her fists, trembling with unshed tears, the echoes of her ancestors whispering in her ears. Fight, they seemed to urge, fight for us. But what did she truly want? To honor them or to break free from their chains? Next to her, a man named Garrick stood, his face a mask of anguish. He was a historian, a keeper of stories, yet he wore his knowledge like a noose. Each tale of valor and sacrifice was a weight that threatened to drag him into the abyss of despair. "We are just shadows of what once was," he muttered, almost to himself, his voice cracking. "Their blood runs in our veins, but does it make us stronger, or just more broken?" He turned to Ilara, desperation etched across his features. "We can't let their sacrifices be in vain. We owe it to them." But guilt was a bitter pill, choking him even as he spoke. Then came the moment that shattered the eerie silence and thrust them into a storm of chaos. A loud bang echoed through the square, a cannon fired in the distance, marking the onset of yet another battle. Panic rippled through the crowd, hearts raced as they scrambled to escape the impending doom. Ilara's eyes searched for something, someone. "Where are you going?" Garrick shouted, his voice barely cutting through the rising tide of fear. "This is our history, our fight." But the blood of their ancestors wasn't enough to tether them to the ground, it was a tether too tight, too restrictive. Ilara stumbled, caught between the call of her heritage and the dread of what lay ahead. "I remember the tales, Garrick. The glory, the honor. But I also remember the screams, the agony." Her voice trembled, raw and aching. "I don't want to be a pawn in their games anymore." The words hung between them, heavy with unspoken truths. Every heartbeat echoed with doubt, every breath was an entanglement of fear and yearning. The ground shook as soldiers charged into the square, faces painted with the madness of war. It was a surge of humanity, a flood of adrenaline and chaos. I watched as Garrick gripped Ilara's arm, their eyes locking for a fleeting second, a silent understanding passing between them, a promise, perhaps, or a farewell. "Whatever happens, remember who you are," he shouted, his voice rising above the clamor, desperation fueling his plea. Ilara nodded, though doubt flickered in her gaze like the dying light of a candle. "But who am I without them?" she whispered, and in that moment, it was as if time itself froze. The wails of the past collided with the cries of the present, intertwining in a symphony of despair. The battle was not just fought in the streets, it was fought in the heart, the soul. She was the bridge between two worlds, and the burden felt insurmountable. As the soldiers clashed, swords gleaming like the fangs of hungry beasts, I felt the weight of history pressing down on me. Each swing of a sword was a stroke on the canvas of time, each cry of pain a note in a haunting melody. I remembered the stories, so vividly told, yet now so painfully real. Blood spilled like ink, soaking the pages of their legacy. I was not just a bystander, I was a vessel of their forgotten dreams, a keeper of their fears and hopes. Garrick charged into the fray, his body moving almost instinctively, propelled by the ghosts of countless battles fought. For the fallen, he roared, a battle cry echoing in the chaos, yet it was laced with sorrow. I could see him wrestling with his own demons, his own disappointments. He fought not just for the fallen, but for the living, for Ilara, for the chance to rewrite their story. Ilara stood still, watching the whirlwind of violence unfold, her heart a drumbeat of conflict, a war of identity raging within her. She felt the pull of her ancestors, but also the gravity of her own desires. "I don't want to be a weapon," she murmured, tears spilling down her cheeks, carving paths of salt through the dirt of her face. "I want to be," the thought trailed off into silence as a figure stumbled into view, a soldier, battered and bruised, a haunting visage of what war leaves behind. He fell at her feet, gasping, eyes wide with the terror of mortality. In that moment, time stretched, a taut thread vibrating with despair. Ilara knelt beside him, cradling his head as the life slipped away, warmth fading into the cold grasp of death. "You will not be forgotten," she choked out, her heart breaking, splintering like the bones beneath her touch. In the chaos, Garrick fought on, a warrior swathed in knowledge and grief. Each swing of his weapon was an act of defiance against the weight of history, against the inevitability of being defined by the battles fought before him. He shouted out the names of the fallen, a litany of honor, a desperate attempt to keep their spirits alive, even as death cloaked the ground around them. The moon watched in silence, a witness to the weaving of identity and legacy, a tapestry stitched with threads of blood and tears. As the last cries of the dying faded into the night, the silence that followed was deafening. The square lay still, a graveyard of hopes and dreams, laughter and sorrow. Elara and Garrick stood amidst the remnants of battle, each grappling with the ghosts of their pasts, each struggling to find their own place in a story that was still being written. They were not just products of their history, but the authors of their own fate. The legacy of those battles would forever echo in their hearts, shaping who they were, but it wouldn't define them. In the depths of their despair, they found a flicker of hope, the realization that the true battle was not fought with swords, but within, in the heart's restless quest for identity. And as the dawn broke, casting light on the remnants of the night, they knew they would carry the weight of their ancestors, not as chains but as a shield, forging a new path in a world that was still waiting to be born. The wind howled through the ancient pines, each gust a mournful cry, a lamentation over the forgotten souls who once thrived here. Shadows danced under the moonlight, swirling like specters of the past, as Eva stood at the edge of the old village, clutching the fraying edges of her grandmother's shawl. She could feel the weight of her ancestors on her shoulders, pressing down like an anchor, yet she felt herself teetering on the brink of an abyss. Tonight was Midsummer's Eve, and the villagers were gathering at the hollow oak, their sacred place, where laughter mingled with tears, where stories of love and loss were etched into the very bark. The air crackled with tension, electric with unspoken fears and desires. "Eva!" A voice sliced through the darkness, harsh and urgent. It was Lucas, her childhood friend, his face pale, eyes wild with desperation. "They're fighting again." Just beyond the trees, the village was alive with chaos, a cacophony of raised voices, fists clenched in anger. The schism between tradition and modernity had reached a fever pitch. The elders, guardians of the old ways, stood firm against the younger generation who longed for freedom, for progress, a gaping chasm opening wide between them. "I remember," Eva whispered, "the stories of the fire dances, the scents of burning sage, the warm glow of the lanterns illuminating our faces. I remember, before the whispers of doubt seeped into our hearts." Lucas gripped her arm, urgency radiating from his touch. "We can't let them tear it apart. The festival, it's the last fragment of what we have. If they abandon it, they'll abandon us." His fingers trembled, not from fear but from the weight of their shared history, a history embroidered with joy and sorrow. The stars blinked overhead, distant and cold, as if they were spectators watching the impending storm. Eva closed her eyes, memories flooding her mind, a kaleidoscope of laughter, the warmth of home-cooked meals, the rhythmic pulse of drums echoing through the night. But beneath the surface was a darker truth, a bitterness that curled like smoke in her chest. The elders had been stubborn, clinging to rituals that felt foreign, suffocating. Why couldn't they see that the world was changing? "Tradition is our lifeblood," Lucas pressed, his voice cracking. "Without it, we lose ourselves." But what if losing themselves meant finding a new path? The thought rattled through Eva's mind, a small, insidious doubt that made her stomach churn. Her family was steeped in tradition, her ancestors' spirits woven into the very fabric of this land. The stories they told were both a comfort and a prison, their voices echoing through time, beautiful and haunting. She felt suffocated under their weight, like a marionette tangled in the strings of her own heritage. The argument erupted, voices rising like flames, each syllable a spark igniting old wounds. "Burn the old ways," someone shouted, and Eva's heart raced. "We don't need them. They're chains." Chains. The elder's voice was like gravel, thick with age, reverberating through the crowd. "These chains carry the weight of our history, of our survival." Eva felt the heat of her surroundings close in, pressing against her skin, igniting a fire within. She stepped forward, her heart pounding. "What if we don't have to choose between chains and freedom?" The crowd hushed, eyes turning toward her, a sea of faces reflecting doubt, anger, and yearning. What if tradition evolves? What if we weave the old with the new? Lucas's eyes widened, a glimmer of hope igniting in his gaze, but the elders frowned, their mouths thin lines drawn tight against the idea. You speak foolishness, one spat, indignant. You know nothing of the old ways. But Eva was tired of being shushed, tired of feeling like a ghost in her own life. I remember the stories, she declared, her voice growing stronger. I remember how they made me feel alive. But I also remember the stifling silence when I wanted to hear something new. The air thickened with tension, the clash of wills palpable, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. She could feel her heart racing, echoing the rhythm of the drums that had once played for joy, now replaced by a heavy thrum of uncertainty. As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of the old village hall, the crumbling stones whispering tales of resilience, of celebration, of mourning. Tradition isn't a tombstone, it's a garden. Eva cried out, passion igniting her words, each one a seed bursting forth. We can nurture it, let it grow, intertwine it with new ideas. But the elders shook their heads, dismissive, and Eva felt a pang of despair, the weight of history pressing down like a stone. Lucas stepped closer, confusion and admiration swirling in his eyes. But how do we do that? He whispered, the vulnerability raw and electric between them. I don't know, she admitted, the truth spilling from her lips like a fresh wound. But I want to find out. I want our stories to live, not just echo in the dark. The villagers hesitated, an aching silence stretching out, heavy and thick. In that moment, Eva understood, the heart of her culture was a fragile thing, beautiful yet vulnerable, tender yet fierce. It was a dance of shadows and light, a tapestry woven of laughter and tears, joy and heartbreak. As the moon hung high, illuminating the conflict, Eva felt the ancient roots beneath her, anchoring her to a past she couldn't escape, a future she longed to mold. The tension crackled in the air, a heartbeat shared among them. And then, like a crack in the dam, one voice rose above the fray, an elder, weary but resolute. Perhaps we can listen. With that fragile thread of hope, the tension shifted, the fight morphing into something different, possibility. The night spiraled into a blend of shadows and lights, the ghosts of their ancestors swirling around them, whispering secrets of old while beckoning toward the future. The drumbeats intensified, blending the old with the new, echoing through the woods, resonating within each heart. And as they stood there, caught in the turmoil, Eva felt the stories of her heritage wrap around her, not as chains, but as wings, ready to soar into the unknown. In that moment, she knew the battle was far from over, but she also felt the stirrings of change, the dawn of something profound, a revolution born not from the ashes of the past but from the living pulse of their shared humanity. The night whispered promises, intertwining their fates, a reminder that every ending was but a new beginning, a cycle unbroken. And so, they stood, teetering on the edge, eyes fixed on the horizon. The past brushed against them like a ghost, and the future loomed ahead, vast and ungraspable, beckoning them to step forward, together. A siren screams through the streets, its wail echoing like a ghost in the midnight air. The city is on fire, not literally, but the heat of change is palpable. In this moment, as shadows flicker and dance against brick walls, I hear the pounding of my heart, the rhythm of life pulsating through the asphalt. This isn't just a protest, it's a reckoning, a tidal wave of voices rising together, a symphony of anguish and hope intertwined. I remember looking at Donnell, his jaw clenched, eyes reflecting the flames of urgency that flickered in the distance. This is it, he said, his voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of fear, we can't go back. Donnell, a man of fire, a man swayed by the winds of history, stands at the edge of the crowd, his very essence woven into the fabric of this moment. His hands, rough from years of labor, now tremble with the weight of responsibility. Each pulse of the crowd sends a surge of adrenaline through him, igniting a spark of courage that drives him forward. But deep within, a storm brews. The fear of failure gnaws at him. What if he speaks and they don't listen? What if this moment, this crescendo of voices, dissipates into silence? In this city, we aren't just shadows anymore, he bellowed, the words bursting forth like firecrackers. We're the thunder, shaking the very foundations of this place. I felt the air crackle around us as the crowd erupted in a roar, a collective heartbeat that echoed Donnell's defiance. But beneath that thunder, I could sense the undercurrents of doubt swirling like restless ghosts, haunting him. And then there's Maya, fierce and unyielding, standing beside him. Her eyes, pools of determination, burn with a relentless passion. A child of the struggle, her soul carries the weight of her ancestors, those who fought, bled, and dreamed of a better tomorrow. But even as she stands tall, poised to rally the crowd, her inner voice whispers of inadequacy. "You're not enough," it taunts. "What can one voice do?" She pushes the thought aside, a phantom echo fading into the cacophony, but it lingers, haunting her resolve. "Change doesn't come easy," she calls out, her voice slicing through the noise like a blade. "It comes from us, every single one of us willing to stand, to fight, to bleed for our future." And in that moment, I see the souls of her ancestors, a constellation of hope twinkling in her gaze. The crowd surges, a tidal wave of fervor, but I know the struggle runs deeper than words. It's a fight against ghosts, ghosts of oppression, of marginalization that cling to the very fabric of their identities. Moments stretch and warp like the flicker of a dying flame, tension crackling in the air, and I can't help but feel the gravity of history pressing down on us. The clock ticks ominously, each stroke a reminder of time slipping away. Donnell's voice trembles, breaking through the veil of silence that blankets our fears. "We have to build something," he declares, passion igniting more than just words. "We have to take the reins, shape our destiny." The crowd swells, a living entity fueled by dreams and scars. I glance at Donnell, and for a heartbeat, his eyes lock with Maya's, two souls intertwined, fighting against the darkness. There's a spark of something there, a flicker of understanding, a recognition of shared burdens. But then, like shadows creeping back into the corners of the room, reality creeps in. They can't help but think of the costs. The threats lurking just beyond the edges of their courage. The system, the well-oiled machine of oppression, grinds on, relentless. What if they fight and fall, and the ghosts of their ancestors remain unheard, unseen? A rustle breaks through the tension, a whisper of doubt. What if this isn't enough? Maya's voice carries a tremor, a soft confession against the roar of the crowd. What if we fail, Donnell? What if we're just shouting into the void? The vulnerability in her words cuts sharp, an ache that resonates with so many. But Donnell leans closer, his breath warm against her ear. "We are the void," he murmurs, and I see the flicker of belief ignite in her eyes, illuminating her spirit with a fierce glow. "We have to be the storm that breaks the silence." As the night deepens, the city becomes a canvas painted with emotion. Each shout, each heart, every soul reflects the struggle, the laughter, the loss. I can feel it building, a crescendo of hope and despair, a symphony that can't be silenced. Shadows stretch long and thin, reminding us of those who fought before, the ghosts who whisper through our veins, urging us onward. And then it happens, a moment suspended in time when Donnell steps forward, the crowd holding its breath. "This is not just about us," he bellows. "It's about our children, their children. We're not just fighting for today, we're fighting for a legacy." The crowd erupts, thunderous applause reverberating through the night. The air crackles with electric energy, but beneath it all, I sense the tremors of uncertainty still lurking. A part of me whispers that this isn't the end, it's only the beginning. Maya joins Donnell, their energies merging, a powerful force against the winds of doubt. As they stand together, silhouetted against the fire of the moment, I realize how fragile this fight is, how it hinges on the courage of those willing to break the silence, to let their voices sing. And as I gaze into the faces around me, I feel that heartbeat, that rhythm of resilience echoing deeper and deeper, pulling us all together. This isn't just a moment, it's a movement. It's a rising tide, a storm gathering strength. The city may be dark, the night may be long, but the dawn is coming, and with it, the promise of change. In this moment, we stand on the precipice of history, a collective heartbeat echoing through the shadows. The rise of black political power isn't just a story, it's a promise, a legacy, a haunting melody that will never fade. In the silence of the night, beneath the weight of stars, we are alive, and we are ready. The night is thick with tension, a suffocating fog of uncertainty clinging to the air like a whispered prayer. My heart pounds, each beat a reminder of the world outside, shouts echoing down the street, a chorus of anger and desperation mixing with the distant wail of sirens. I stand with my back against the cold brick of a building, the graffiti-stained wall breathing stories of rebellion, hope, and blood. I can't escape the dread that seeps into my bones. It's a fear that sizzles in the darkness, alive and relentless. I remember when the words "Black Lives Matter" first ignited the streets, a flame that crackled and surged through our veins like a warning shot. It wasn't just a slogan, it was a heartbeat, a gut-wrenching cry that echoed for those who could no longer speak. I remember the faces, those hauntingly familiar yet heartbreakingly unique faces, marching, fists raised, hope clashing with despair. Each person an island of pain, yet together we became a roaring ocean, a tidal wave demanding the world to see us, hear us, feel us. There's Jamal, standing beside me, his eyes like storm clouds, dark and fierce yet holding a flicker of something fragile, a flicker of hope. He's a brother, a son, a dreamer whose laughter once filled the air like music. But tonight, his laughter is replaced with clenched fists and gritted teeth, the loss weighs heavy on his shoulders. He lost his cousin, the sweet boy with an infectious smile, to a system that turned its back. Jamal's voice trembles as he cries out, "They think we're invisible. But we're here. We matter." I can feel his words slicing through the night, a desperate plea that echoes in my chest. And then there's Maya, her spirit both a wildflower and a thorn. She's a fierce warrior, a poet with fire in her soul, and her words are daggers wrapped in silk. She stands in the front lines, a megaphone clutched tightly, heart pounding like a drum. This isn't just about us, she screams, her voice carrying the weight of generations. It's about every life snuffed out, every mother's tears, every stolen breath. I watch her, the way she pours her heart into the pavement, the way her passion ignites a spark in others. But beneath the fierce exterior lies a chasm of fear, a fear that her voice will be silenced, that her words will drown in the echo of sirens, that hope will slip through her fingers like sand. I remember the first time I felt that flicker of hope, standing on that very street, surrounded by hundreds who believed in something bigger than themselves. The energy was electric, a palpable force that coursed through the crowd, binding us together in a tapestry of shared experience. But now, as darkness blankets the city, I can't shake the feeling that we're standing on the edge of a precipice, teetering dangerously close to despair. The chants rise and fall like waves, a rhythmic heartbeat surging through the crowd. No justice, no peace, they cry. I feel the pulse of anger vibrating in my own chest, an echo of hurt that threatens to swallow me whole. I look around, seeing the faces of those who have come together, a patchwork of stories woven into one fabric. They're young and old, weary and invigorated, their breaths visible in the cold night air, mingling with the palpable frustration. Jamal locks eyes with me, and there's a connection, an understanding that goes beyond words. We've both walked through the fire of loss, carrying the scars that bind us. If they can shoot us down like animals, he mutters, then we'll roar like lions. The fierceness in his eyes sends shivers down my spine, igniting something within me. The power of collective grief transforms into a force of defiance, a primal scream echoing through the night. And then the air shifts, an electric charge crackling as officers in riot gear emerge from the shadows. The world holds its breath, the harmony of protests teetering on the edge of chaos. I see Maya's face tighten, her bravery faltering for just a fraction of a second. "Stay together," she shouts, her voice a beacon piercing the fear. But I can taste the smoke in the air, feel the tension coiling tighter, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. My heart races, the thunder of 1,000 footsteps pounding against the pavement. In that moment, time distorts, seconds stretching into eternity. There's a flash, a sharp crack that makes the air shudder, a rubber bullet fired into the crowd. Chaos erupts. Bodies press together, fear transforming into raw survival instinct. I'm swept along in the tide, Jamal's hand gripping mine, Maya's voice ringing out above the din, urging us to stand tall, to resist. But it's a struggle against the storm, a battle against a world that sees our skin as a threat, our voices as noise. And yet, in that chaos, there's a beauty, a raw, unfiltered humanity shattering the darkness. The cries of pain mingle with the cries of hope, and in that moment, we become more than just individuals. We are a hurricane of emotion, a statement against injustice, a refusal to be silenced. I feel the heartbeat of the movement echoing in my own chest, each thud a reminder that we are alive, we are angry, and we will not be forgotten. The shadows loom large as we stand there, united in our grief, our anger, our fear. But within that darkness, there's a flicker of light, a determination that ignites something deep within us. We're not just fighting a battle, we're fighting for a future, for the voices that were stolen, for the lives that matter. And though the night seems endless, though the tears may flow and the pain may linger, I remember Jamal's fierce resolve, Maya's fiery spirit. I hold tightly to their hands, and together we raise our voices into the void, refusing to let the world forget. The impact of the Black Lives Matter movement reverberates, an echo of defiance ringing through the chaos, binding us together in an unbreakable thread of resilience. The streets pulse with our heartbeat, each throb a promise that we will not fade into the background. The confrontation lingers in the air, an unresolved tension that speaks of both fear and hope. We're at the brink, the edge of something monumental, and in that moment, we understand that this fight does not end, it transforms, it evolves, it continues. The battle cries may fade, but the movement, it will rise again and again, till the world can no longer look away. A siren wails into the night, slicing through the dense, humid air, a haunting, piercing sound that rattles the glass windows of the city. I remember the moon, a ghostly orb, hidden behind thick clouds, casting an eerie glow over the asphalt where lives converge and collide. In that moment, standing on the cusp of chaos, my heart races, not just with fear but with an urgency, a weight that thrums in my veins. The gathering crowd, a sea of faces, each one brimming with stories and scars, shifts restlessly, ignited by something deep, primal. I remember Lila, her eyes fierce like a storm brewing on the horizon, the way she stands at the forefront, defiant. She is a tapestry of strength and vulnerability, woven together with threads of history that have threatened to unravel her. The words spill from her lips, hot and relentless, each syllable laced with the bitter taste of injustice, echoing against the concrete walls that confine us. You think we're just shadows in your light? You think we'll fade away? Her voice is a weapon, sharp and aimed at the hearts of those who have silenced her for too long. And then there's Marcus, standing a few feet behind her, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his worn jacket, uncertainty pooling in his chest. He wants to stand with her, to shout alongside her, but fear wraps around him like a vice. He remembers his mother's voice, soft and tremulous, warning him about the world outside their door. "Stay safe, my son. They don't see you the way I do." But he doesn't want to be invisible. He wants to be seen, to scream out his truth, to share the weight of his existence with Lila. Yet there's a rift between them, a chasm of race and gender and expectations. "Where are you?" he whispers to himself, tracing the lines of his insecurities with trembling fingers. Lila's voice pulls him back, alive and electric, piercing through the fog of his doubt. "This is our fight. Together?" The crowd roars in response, a tidal wave of collective rage and hope, but Marcus feels like he's on the edge of a precipice, teetering between joining her and falling back into silence. I remember the night air, thick with tension, a cocktail of sweat and adrenaline, punctuated by the distant sound of drums pounding like a heartbeat. It's almost ceremonial, the rhythm, the unity. A reminder that this isn't merely about one voice, one story, but a chorus echoing through time, voices of women and men, of those who have been pushed to the margins, those whose lives are like flickering candles struggling against the wind. But beneath the surface, there lies a haunting question, a whisper that snakes through the crowd as they chant and march, swirling like smoke in the cool night air. What does it mean to fight for freedom when the very essence of your identity is a battleground? Lila's anger is palpable, it roils off her skin, an invisible but heavy cloak she wears as she steps forward, confronting a lone officer standing rigid like a statue, his eyes cold and calculating. "You think you can control us?" she demands, the words laced with venom, yet there's a flicker of fear in her eyes. In that moment, I can feel the heartbeat of the city beneath my feet, a pulsing reminder that this fight is not just theirs, but ours, each voice matters. The officer doesn't respond, he simply stands, a wall of indifference, yet Lila presses on, relentless, challenging the very air between them. "You don't get to decide who is worthy of respect." Her voice cracks, and I can feel the tremor reverberate through the crowd, a collective sigh of solidarity. And then, from the back, Marcus steps forward, his voice trembling yet steady. "We're not just here to be seen, we're here to be heard." The words spill out in a rush, carving a path through the tension, igniting a spark of recognition in Lila's eyes. She turns, meets his gaze, and for a moment, everything hangs in balance, their stories intertwining in the electric air, a shared breath of courage against the looming threat of silence. But it's not just a confrontation, it's a reckoning. I can see the shadows dancing at the edges of the crowd, ghosts of history and pain that swirl around them. Each person carries a legacy, the weight of ancestors who fought for rights, who bled for recognition, and the echoes of those who didn't survive to see this moment. The air thickens with memories, dreams deferred, and whispered hopes. As tension escalates, the atmosphere shifts. The drums grow louder, an anthem for the voiceless, while Lila and Marcus stand united at the forefront, a fragile coalition of fierce determination and raw vulnerability. "We are not just here to exist, we are here to thrive," Lila proclaims, her voice rising above the din, and I feel the crowd erupt around them, a roaring wave of support that crashes against the walls of oppression. Yet, even as they push forward, I see the cracks in their resolve, the turmoil beneath the surface. Lila's anger is a double-edged sword, cutting through her own fears but threatening to sever the bonds she desperately wants to forge. Marcus, torn between staying true to his own identity and aligning with Lila's fierce spirit, feels the weight of expectation bearing down on him. Everything hangs in a delicate balance, an exquisite tension that grips my heart, begging for resolution yet leaving the outcome uncertain. In this moment, I remember the clock, ticking relentlessly in the background, a reminder that time is both an ally and an enemy. Each second feels stretched, yet fleeting, marking the passage of lives entwined in this unending struggle. The world outside seems to fade, the city's heartbeat sinking with their own, the air thick with possibilities, yet heavy with doubt. As the confrontation reaches its zenith, the sirens wail once more, louder this time, shattering the fragile facade of unity. The city watches, breathless, as Lila and Marcus take a step closer, toward each other, toward understanding, and perhaps, toward something more. The tension is palpable, a thread pulled taut, ready to snap, leaving only echoes of their cries hanging in the air, suspended between hope and despair. And just like that, the world shifts. The moment hangs, a stillness thick with anticipation, as if the universe itself is holding its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next breath, the next step forward. In this swirling dance of race and gender, of voices lost and found, there is no resolution, only the promise of what is yet to come, a fluid, unending struggle, weaving through the night, binding us all in a tapestry of shared humanity. The air was thick with the stench of damp stone and regret, and as I stepped into the cavernous hall of the museum, the echoes of my footsteps felt like a heartbeat, quickening, pounding against the walls that had witnessed too much. I could feel it, history was alive here, a hungry beast lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to unleash its fury. This was not just a collection of artifacts, this was a graveyard of memories, each item whispering its tale of sorrow, triumph, and everything in between. Across the room, I saw Claire, her fingers trembling as they traced the edge of a rusted sword, a weapon that had tasted blood. Her eyes were glassy, reflecting both pain and a fierce determination. I remembered her as a girl who laughed easily, her voice bright with dreams. But now, in this dim light, shadows clung to her like a second skin, whispering secrets that made her flinch. She was here to reclaim her past, to confront the ghosts that haunted her family, a lineage stained with the scars of war and betrayal. Every scar tells a story, her voice was barely a whisper, and yet it carried the weight of centuries. I knew that deep within, Claire battled with the echoes of her ancestors, each curse and blessing echoing through her veins. She sought answers that would never come easily, answers buried beneath layers of dust and shame. Then there was Marcus, pacing across the flagged floor like a caged lion, the flickering light casting jagged shadows on his brow. His obsession with the past had consumed him, a relentless chase to unearth the truth hidden behind the facade of monuments that had long ceased to honor what they were meant to remember. "They twist the narrative," he said, the roughness of his voice jarring against the cold silence. "They sanitize history to fit their ideals." He held a tattered notebook, filled with frantic scribbles, his thoughts unraveling like the frayed edges of his sanity. He was searching for redemption, but I could see the weight of the world pulling him under. He was drowning in a sea of lost truths. As they stood there, I felt the tension coiling tight, like a bowstring drawn back, ready to snap. The flickering fluorescent lights above hummed ominously, casting a sickly glow upon the artifacts that surrounded us, each one bearing witness to the raw, unfiltered pain of human existence. I could hear Claire's breath hitching, feel her resolve wavering like the flicker of a candle threatened by a gust of wind. And that's when it happened, a sudden crash, a shattering of glass that turned the hall into chaos. I jumped, heart racing, and saw a figure darting through the shadows, a thief in the temple of history. "Stop!" I cried, but the words fell like stones into a void. The silhouette vanished, swallowed by the darkness, leaving behind a trail of whispers and gasps. In that moment, something shifted. Claire's eyes ignited with a fierce light. "We can't let them erase this," she said, her voice gaining strength, a war cry rising from the ashes of her uncertainty. I watched as she transformed before my eyes, the girl who had once laughed now a warrior ready to reclaim her truth. She grasped Marcus's shoulder, pulling him into the fight. "If we don't step up, who will remember?" His eyes flickered, a storm raging within. "We're just two people," he murmured, doubt creeping in like shadows at dusk. "What can we do against the tides of time?" "Everything," Claire insisted, her voice unwavering. "Because if we don't, history will continue to be a weapon used against us. We must stand against the erasure. We owe it to those who came before us." And as I stood there, I felt the gravity of their resolve. We were not just bystanders, we were agents of change, a thread in the fabric of history fighting against the snips of indifference. The museum, with its walls lined with the relics of our past, became a battleground for our identities, a place where pain and courage intertwined in a macabre dance. Time stood still as we moved through the exhibits, each artifact a testament to the stories we had forgotten. The flicker of memories entwined with the present, the cries of lost children, the laughter of lovers torn apart, the whispers of the dead. I could almost see them, spectral figures hovering just beyond reach, urging us to listen, to remember, to fight for their narratives woven between the lines of history. With every step, I felt the urgency intensify, a rhythm that beat like a drum in my chest. Claire's fingers danced over the cool surfaces, and Marcus's voice became a chant, reciting the names of those once lost in the fog of time. Together, they conjured a world where each monument held more than stone and mortar but a soul, a flickering flame of what it meant to be alive, to be remembered. And then, a voice broke through the silence, sharp as a blade. "What are you doing here?" A guard loomed, his shadow cast long and threatening, a phantasm of authority that sent a shiver down my spine. The air thickened with tension, a palpable fear rising like smoke, and I saw the flicker of doubt in Marcus's eyes. But Claire stood firm, a rock amidst the waves. "What we're doing is reclaiming what's ours," she said, voice steady, fierce. "You can't stifle the truth." And for a heartbeat, the world hung suspended on the edge of a knife, the past and present colliding in a cacophony of voices, the whispers of the forgotten rising in protest. "History is not just what they want you to believe," Marcus added, his confidence swelling. "It is a living thing, and we will not let it die." With those words, the floodgates opened. The air buzzed with the energy of 1,000 stories yearning to be told, every heartbeat a plea for recognition. The guard faltered for a moment, uncertainty dancing in his eyes, and I knew then that the battle was not just ours, it was for all who had come before us, and all who would come after. And yet, as shadows loomed and uncertainty thickened, I couldn't help but wonder, what price would we pay for this fight? Each confrontation, each defiance, was a step deeper into the abyss. The echoes of history were not just a burden, they were a weapon. But we would not yield. As the flickering lights dimmed and the shadows stretched, I realized this was just the beginning. The heart of the museum pulsed against my own, and the story swelled, a tide crashing against the shores of silence, and I was swept along with it, caught in the current of voices that would never be silenced. The clock ticks loudly in the silent room, each second a reminder of what hangs in the balance. An old vinyl record spins in the corner, the needle crackling like a distant thunderstorm. The air is thick with longing, a palpable desperation that seems to echo off the walls. A woman sits on the edge of a tattered couch, her fingers tapping anxiously against her knee. Each tap is a heartbeat, each heartbeat a weight pressing down on her chest. I remember the day she walked into my life, the way her eyes held the storm, dark and deep, swirling with stories untold. Her name is Maya, and she carries the weight of her ancestors like a crown, but it feels more like a noose. The generations of struggle, triumph, and heartbreak pulse in her veins. She's fighting a battle that has long been forgotten in history books, fighting against the tides of a world that often refuses to see her. I can see it in the way she clutches her notebook, filled with poems that crackle with raw emotion, words that bleed onto the pages, vivid and unrelenting. She writes about love that feels like freedom, about pain that feels like a chain, about joy that dances just beyond reach. Across from her, James slouches in a chair, face shadowed but alive with intensity. He's a musician, a dreamer caught in the tumult of his own making. His fingers twitch as if he's poised to create an anthem that could shake the very foundations of the universe. But right now, he's immobilized by doubt, haunted by the specters of expectations, his own and those imposed by a world that demands perfection. The guitar beside him is an extension of his soul, yet it feels like a weight, a reminder of every note he hasn't played, every song that remains unsung. I remember the first time I saw James perform. The raw energy electrified the air, an explosion of sound that made hearts race and bodies move. He poured himself into every note, every chord swaying like a heartbeat in harmony with the audience's collective soul. But now, he's lost in an echo chamber of his thoughts, the vibrant colors of his music fading into grayscale. He looks at Maya, and I see a flicker of understanding, a shared pain that binds them even tighter. They are both trapped, Maya by the weight of her history, James by the expectations of his future. Outside, a storm brews. The clouds rumble like old spirits awakened, anxious to share their stories. Maya stands abruptly, the sudden movement slicing through the thick silence like a knife. "Do you feel that?" she asks, her voice both fierce and trembling. "The weight of everything that's been lost? The voices that never got to sing?" James looks up, eyes wide with a blend of recognition and fear. "It's like we're on the edge of something, but I don't know what," he admits, half in awe, half paralyzed. It hangs there, a thread taut between them, electric with possibility. I remember the stories my grandmother told, how they carried the spirit of resilience and revolution. Those stories swirl around us now, their echoes reverberating through the walls, urging us to rise, to break free from the shackles of silence. Maya grabs her notebook, flipping through pages filled with ink-stained dreams, and she recites a verse that makes the air shimmer. "I am the whisper of the ancestors, the rhythm in the blood. I am the cry in the night, the heartbeat of the hood." Her voice rises, a crescendo fueling the storm outside. "I am every soul that fought for breath, the dreamers weaving magic from despair." James watches her, something shifting in his eyes, a glimmer of hope igniting in the darkness. He reaches for his guitar, fingers hovering over the strings, hesitant but hopeful. "Let's make music, Maya. Let's make something that tells our story," he says, his voice steady now, a grounding force. The storm outside crashes down, thunder roaring like a lion awakened. The room vibrates with energy, the very air alive with a pulse that is unmistakably African-American, an echo of jazz riffs, the grit of hip-hop beats, the soulful cries of blues. Memories swirl like leaves caught in a tempest, each note a thread in the tapestry of a culture rich with history and heartache, joy and sorrow. As he strums the first chord, an eruption of sound fills the space. Maya's voice intertwines with the music, a haunting melody that drips with the essence of their experiences. The world outside fades away, and it's just the two of them, creating a symphony born from their struggles and triumphs. The universe listens, caught in the rhythm, every heartbeat resonating with the story they're weaving. I remember the way art can transcend, how it can pull at the very fabric of existence, connecting souls across time and space. Their music becomes a bridge, a lifeline to those who came before and those yet to come, weaving threads of hope that connect past, present, and future. But just as they begin to rise, the weight of the world crashes down once more. The storm rages, and shadows creep in, whispering doubts and fears. Maya falters, the spark in her eyes dimming. What if no one hears us? What if we're just shouting into the void? James pauses, the strum of his guitar hanging in the air, thick with tension. But we have to try, Maya. They can't silence us. Not anymore. In that moment, everything hangs in the balance, their dreams, their fears, the weight of history. The storm outside mirrors their turmoil, but so does the potential for rebirth, for creation. The music begins again, louder, bolder, a declaration of existence, a rebellion against silence. With every note, they become more than mere individuals, they become the voices of a culture, a movement, a heartbeat that reverberates across continents. I can feel the energy shift, the air thickening with the promise of change. The world watches, breath held, waiting for a spark to ignite, for a rhythm to take hold. And as the night deepens, their voices rise and intertwine, a tapestry of sound echoing through the darkness, a reminder that even in silence, even in fear, the spirit of African American culture endures, unyielding and alive. The storm outside howls, but inside this room, they create a sanctuary, a safe harbor against the chaos. Time bends, like a thread in this vast, intricate tapestry. Clocks tick on, but moments stretch and twist, the music continues, a heartbeat that pulses through the very fabric of history, binding Maya and James and countless others in a shared, unbreakable bond. And as their song swells, I know this moment is just one in a vast continuum, an echo that will resonate far beyond these walls, into the hearts of generations yet to come. The air was thick with the kind of tension that clings to your skin, pressing down hard against your chest. The clock on the church steeple ticked ominously, a heartbeat echoing in the silence, reminding everyone that time was running out. Within those ancient stone walls, under the stained glass that trapped sunlight like a kaleidoscope of memories, 3 figures stood shrouded in shadows, each wrestling with their own truths, their own demons. I remember the way the light fractured, spilling colors across the floor, illuminating the faces of those who dared to question. Lily, with wild curls and fierce brown eyes, clutched a crumpled flyer in her shaking hands. "We can't let it end like this," she said, her voice rising above the whispers of doubt. "We have to fight for what we believe in." Her words hung in the air like smoke, curling and twisting, igniting something deep inside me. Yet, the fear gnawed at my stomach, churning with memories of past failures, of battles fought only to lose. Beside her, Aaron stood, his jaw clenched tight, every muscle in his body tense. I watched as he slid his hands into the pockets of his frayed jeans, a habit born from years of uncertainty. "Belief isn't enough, Lily," he retorted, his voice low and rough like gravel. "You think faith will shield us from the pain? Look around." He gestured towards the crumbling sanctuary, the paint peeling like the hopes of those who once filled these pews. The scent of mildew mingled with the sweet incense of prayer as long forgotten. "We're just echoes of a promise no one remembers anymore." The air crackled with unspoken words, a charged silence that reminded me of the moments before a storm, when the world seems to hold its breath. I could feel their emotions, Lily's burning passion, Aaron's icy skepticism, both battling against the backdrop of a world that seemed intent on swallowing them whole. I closed my eyes, caught in a memory of laughter echoing through these halls, and it sent shivers down my spine. The laughter of innocence, of faith unbroken, now replaced by a haunting sense of urgency. But it wasn't just the church's decay that weighed on us. It was the weight of our own choices, the moral dilemmas that danced like specters in our minds. I remember the day I first grasped the power of faith. It was a whisper that wrapped around my heart, promising hope in a world drenched in despair. But could faith alone fuel activism? Could the echoes of ancient scriptures pave the way for modern justice? We were tangled in a web of questions that had no clear answers. "Look," Lily's voice cut through the tumult, sharp and clear. "People are suffering. There's a rally tomorrow, and the church can either be a sanctuary or a tomb. We can show them that faith still matters." Her eyes, fierce and determined, searched ours like a lighthouse searching for wayward ships lost at sea. But I felt the weight of indecision pressing down upon me, a leaden blanket stifling hope. What if we failed? What if our faith became our downfall? Do we even know what we're fighting for anymore? Aaron shot back, his voice cracking with the strain of his conviction. We're just kids with big dreams. You really think the world cares about our beliefs? The bitterness dripped from his words, a stark reminder of a reality we couldn't ignore. There's too much darkness out there, and it's winning. I could see the shadows in his eyes, the flicker of doubt that threatened to extinguish his belief altogether. The ghosts of our past haunted us, failed movements, broken promises, the disillusionment that crept in like a thief in the night. And yet, there was Lily. Her hope was like a flame, fragile but unwavering, flickering against the winds of despair. In that moment, I wanted to believe in her. I wanted to shout that faith could be a sword, a shield, a rallying cry. But doubt wrapped around my heart like a vice, suffocating the words before they could escape. Outside, the world was restless, filled with noise. Shouts of anger and pleas for justice echoed in the distance, a reminder that we were not alone in our struggle. The darkness seeped into the chapel, intertwining with our fears and desires. And yet, there we stood, three souls wrestling with the essence of faith, with the role of religion in a fractured world. I remember, I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a long-lost prayer. I remember when faith felt like a promise, not a burden. The memories surged, overwhelming in their intensity. I saw faces, friends, family, strangers united in a belief that transcended the boundaries of our individual selves. It was a tapestry woven from the threads of love, compassion, and the indomitable human spirit. Lily's eyes glimmered with a spark, her passion igniting a fire within me. Then let's reignite that fire. Let's show them that faith can move mountains. But Aaron shook his head, his brow furrowed in anguish. And if it crumbles instead? The uncertainty in his voice shattered the fragile hope in the air. If we stand up only to fall flat on our faces? The clock ticked on, each second slicing through the silence, reminding us that decisions had to be made, choices taken. The world outside was waiting, relentless and unforgiving. The wounds were raw, the scars still fresh. And yet, the winds of change were swirling, whispering promises of something greater, something transformative. Together, we stood at the precipice of a decision, the weight of the universe pressing down upon us. I could feel the pulse of something larger than ourselves, something that transcended belief and doubt, a call to action that echoed through the ages. It was there, in that sacred space, that the role of religion in modern activism whispered its truth. Faith was not just a refuge, it was a weapon, a force that could galvanize the weary and uplift the fallen. I looked at Lily, then at Aaron, and for the first time, I saw the possibility in the chaos. Let's make this matter, I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil in my heart. Let's take our faith and make it a movement. And as we stepped out into the chaos of the world waiting beyond those crumbling walls, I felt a surge of hope. It was fragile, like the first light of dawn breaking through the night, but it was alive. It was raw. It was unstoppable. And we were just beginning. The siren screamed through the air, a chilling reminder that justice was still a distant dream, echoing like a ghost in the night. I stood on the edge of the crowd, heart pounding, the rhythm of despair and anger pulsating through my veins. They were protesting, a sea of faces driven by fury and hope, but hope felt thin, the kind of mist that evaporates before you can grasp it. I could feel the weight of their fears, their scars, and beneath it all, a fierce determination that tinged the air with electricity. I remember the way Maria clutched her son's hand, her grip tight with a love that transcended fear. The kind of love that fought against the whispers of doubt that haunted her thoughts. We can't let them take our future, she said, her voice trembling but resolute, as if each word was a small shield against the world's indifference. A single tear slipped down her cheek, glistening in the dim light of street lamps. It felt like a vow, a promise that no matter how dark the path ahead, she would stand her ground. Across from her, Malik stood, tall and broad-shouldered, his brow furrowed in thought. The weight of the world pressed down on him, a burden he seemed to carry alone. "Look at them," he said, gesturing toward the sea of protesters. "They're tired, Maria. We're all tired." The anger in his voice peeled back layers of vulnerability, revealing a man caught between the righteousness of the fight and the exhaustion of despair. "What if this time it's different?" he whispered, almost to himself, as if he was afraid the universe might hear him hope. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them, a bond forged through shared pain and relentless struggles. In that moment, the crowd surged forward, a living wave of voices rising in a chorus of defiance. "No justice, no peace," they cried, and the sound reverberated through the air like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundation of their existence. I could feel the pulse of each heartbeat, the collective emotions intertwining and weaving a tapestry of resistance. Yet beneath the fervor, shadows loomed, lurking in alleyways, whispering doubts that could crush souls. The police lined the streets, ominous figures in dark uniforms, eyes hidden behind shields, breathing the same air but never sharing the same space. A standoff, a delicate balance of fear and bravery hung in the air, thick as fog, ready to swallow them whole. I saw it in Maria's eyes, a flicker of uncertainty that threatened to extinguish her flame. "I remember," she began, her voice shaky, "when I was a girl, waiting for the bus. I saw a man, just like Malik, standing there, waiting. He looked so hopeful. But then, nothing happened. The bus never came." Her words hung heavy, loaded with memories of disappointment. "I thought things would change, that the world would see us, hear us, but here we are, still waiting." Malik nodded, the weight of her memory settling on his shoulders. "But we're not alone anymore. Look around." He gestured again, his voice rising with passion. "This is not just us. This is everyone who has been silenced, everyone who has been hurt. This is for them." But even as he spoke, the shadows whispered, gnawing at his resolve, reminding him of the countless times they'd marched and cried out, only to be met with violence and silence. The night wore on, the sky an ominous canvas, painted with the hues of deep blues and blacks, as if the universe itself mourned with them. In that moment, an explosion of sound shattered the fragile peace, a firework or a gunshot, it didn't matter. The crowd hesitated, a collective gasp echoing through the ranks. In that breath, everything shifted. Police advanced, the tension palpable, a taut string ready to snap. Malik's hand clenched into a fist as he felt the electric charge of danger sparking in the air. "We stand together," he shouted, the words bursting from him like a dam breaking. "We don't back down. Not now, not ever." And the crowd roared back, a primal scream of defiance that sent chills racing up my spine. But Maria hesitated, fear clawing at her heart. "Malik, what if," she started, but he cut her off, his voice fierce and unwavering. "No. We can't let fear dictate our actions. Our children are watching. They need to see us fight." Each word ignited a fire within her, the resolve slowly returning, but doubt still lingered, a ghost refusing to be exorcised. Then it happened, chaos erupted. A flash of movement, the sound of breaking glass, and a spray of light and color that turned dark into mayhem. Amid the confusion, I watched Maria's eyes widen in horror as she lost sight of her son in the tumult. "Isaiah!" she screamed, a raw, primal cry that sliced through the night. Time slowed, the heartbeats of the crowd synchronizing with her panic. Malik was off, pushing through the throng, his silhouette cutting through the chaos, searching, but the shadows danced around him, cloaking despair. In that moment, the world felt unmoored, drifting in a cosmic void where justice seemed as distant as the stars. I could feel Maria's heart shattering, every breath a cutting reminder of vulnerability. "I remember," I whispered, feeling the weight of her fear merge with my own, "when I stood alone, waiting for answers that never came." The echoes of memory wrapped around us, all the lost souls searching for light in a world that thrived in darkness. The tension crackled as Malik's voice rang out again, "We are here. We are now. We will not be forgotten." Each word was a rallying cry, a light cutting through the shadows, urging the crowd toward a collective awakening. But even as voices rose, a question loomed: how do you fight when the enemy is not just flesh and bone, but a system, a history stained with blood? And just like that, as if the universe had conspired to hold its breath, the world stood still. The cries, the shouts, the fear, all coalesced into a single, poignant moment of reckoning. Maria's eyes locked onto Malik's, and in that electric stare, they understood something profound. This was not just a struggle for themselves, but for every soul bound in silence, every heart yearning for liberation. The confrontation built, tension rising like a tidal wave ready to crash. The clock ticked loudly, each second a reminder that time was slipping away. What would become of them? The answers lay beyond the shadows, in a future that felt forever out of reach. As the night deepened, I could feel the stories intertwining, the emotions thickening the air until it was almost unbearable. The struggle wasn't just theirs, it belonged to all of us. It was a thread woven through the fabric of time, each heartbeat a reminder that the fight for racial justice was far from over. And as the sirens wailed in the distance, a chilling reminder of the ongoing struggle, I realized this was only the beginning. The clock struck midnight, its hands trembling in the dark, and the silence was deafening. I stood in the shadow of crumbling stone walls, the very air thick with the whispers of ghosts who once walked these halls. I could feel their pain, raw, unfiltered, a visceral echo of humanity's greatest mistakes. It pressed against my chest, a weight so heavy I thought I might collapse under its intensity. The past was not just history, it was a living, breathing entity clawing at the fringes of time. I remember Anna. Her laughter rang out like a chime, sweet yet unsettling, during the quiet moments before chaos consumed our lives. She had an innocent smile, but within her lay a tempest, a storm brewed by the secrets of our ancestors. She believed that history could teach us better, that we could learn from the ashes of those who had burned before us. But I watched as her faith crumbled, piece by piece, like the decaying buildings around us. "They don't want us to remember," she would say, her eyes a swirling storm of hope and despair. "They don't want us to know." And then there was Mark, a man haunted by the weight of his own decisions. He wore his scars like badges, each one a testament to a choice made in desperation, a moment of weakness that spiraled into something terrifying. In the flickering firelight, I saw him wrestle with his demons, the shadows dancing on his face, reflecting the turmoil within. He believed in redemption, in the possibility that we could rise from the ashes of our errors, but doubt gnawed at him constantly. "What if we're just destined to repeat?" he murmured one night, voice trembling as if the very thought could shatter him. "What if the past is a relentless tide, and we're simply drowning?" As midnight loomed, the weight of our impending confrontation pressed down like the oppressive heat of the sun before a storm. Every heartbeat echoed the truth behind history, unforgiving, relentless, and yet, so deeply human. Outside, the city lay cloaked in darkness, a sprawling canvas of mistakes and triumphs that had birthed us all. I felt it pulse beneath my feet, alive with the echoes of those who had come before, each alley, each broken streetlight a reminder of lessons unlearned. I remember walking through the streets with Anna, her fingers intertwined with mine. The cobblestones were slick with rain, mirroring the tears of those who had suffered. She spoke of revolutions, of empires rising and falling, her voice electric with passion. "What if we could harness that?" she whispered, eyes alight with a fierce determination that both terrified and inspired me. "What if we could ignite a fire in others, to see the truth in our history?" But Mark only shook his head, the weight of reality crushing his spirit. "You can't change what's been done, Anna," he said, his voice low, riddled with the bitterness that clung to him like a second skin. "You can't rewrite the past." The air between them crackled with tension, her fiery hope clashing against his crippling cynicism. I stood in the middle, a silent witness to their battle. I felt their struggles in the marrow of my bones. The night wore on, drawing us toward a confrontation we could no longer avoid. The shadows deepened, and with them came the echoes of history, voices from the past whispering warnings, tales of betrayal and redemption. I could almost see them, figures flickering in the corners of my vision, their faces etched with pain and wisdom. I held my breath, as if exhaling would shatter the fragile veil between now and then. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a reminder that our history was not a distant memory, but an ever-present force. We were standing on the threshold of something monumental. I turned to Anna, her face aglow with fervor, and she grabbed my arm. "We have to fight against the tide," she cried, her voice rising above the cacophony of our fears. "We owe it to those who came before us, to learn from every wound, every scar." And yet, in that moment, I saw the haunting doubt flicker in her eyes. Would we be able to break the cycle? Or were we merely puppets, dancing to the same old tune as those who had lived and died before us? Mark's gaze locked onto mine, his internal battle reflected in the depths of his soul. Would he find the courage to embrace the chaos around us, or would he become another ghost in the annals of time? The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder of our impending choice, the weight of history pressing down like a cloak of shadows. I could hear the echoes of the past roar to life, a symphony of triumph and tragedy, urging us to confront our fears. An invisible hand gripped my heart, urging me to step forward, to find my voice amid the turmoil. In that moment of silence, I understood, history was not just about the lessons learned, it was about the choices we made in the face of despair. I remember standing there, caught in a storm of emotion, anchored by the pain and hope swirling around us. The tension hung heavy in the air, a promise of confrontation that could either shatter us or forge us anew. The shadows danced, the echoes whispered, and I felt a fire ignite within. We were not just witnesses, we were players on this stage of history, and the time for action had come. But as the night deepened, casting its veil of uncertainty over us, I could only wonder, would we rise or fall? Would we break the chains of the past, or would we become yet another chapter in a story we could have rewritten? The answers lay just beyond our grasp, and with every heartbeat, I felt the weight of history urging us on, forward into the unknown, where lessons lingered and the past still held sway. The clock struck midnight, each chime echoing like a shattering glass in the suffocating silence of the old warehouse. Shadows flickered against the cold concrete walls, whispering secrets only the ghosts of lost dreams could comprehend. I could hear my heartbeat, a frantic drum, as I pressed my back against the damp wall, my breath shallow, tasting the bitter tang of fear. Somewhere in the darkness, footsteps scuffed against the gravel floor, slow, deliberate, as if each step carried the weight of 1,000 regrets. I remember the first time I saw Lisa, standing on the edge of that crumbling bridge, her silhouette framed against the fading light. Her hair danced with the wind, a wild spirit caught in the throes of an unyielding storm. I was drawn to her, a moth to the flame, even then knowing the danger. She laughed as if the universe conspired in her favor, yet her laughter carried a melancholy that wrapped around my chest like a vice. I remember the way she turned, her eyes searching mine, an unspoken question hanging in the air between us. Did she see the scars beneath my skin, the shadows lurking in my soul? "Will you help me?" she had asked, voice trembling with a mixture of hope and despair. It was a question, yet it felt like a plea, a desperate reach into the abyss where we both floated, untethered. I nodded, though the weight of her request felt like a boulder crashing into my chest. Now, in this warehouse sanctuary turned battleground, memories collided with the urgency of the moment, the electric anticipation of confrontation crackling like static in the air. I could see her, poised and fierce, her spirit undiminished even as the world crumbled around us. But beneath her bravado lay a churning storm, mirroring my own. Every breath I took was laden with the knowledge that this moment, this fragile thread between us, could snap at any instant. And then there was Marcus, my brother, lost somewhere in the shadows, an echo of the boy I once knew, now twisted by a darkness that threatened to consume him whole. I could sense him, an ominous presence, like the haunting notes of a forgotten song. The conflict between us was palpable, a riptide of unspoken words and unresolved grievances swirling dangerously close. I had tried to pull him back from the edge, but every attempt felt like throwing pebbles into a vast ocean, insignificant, futile. "Why are you doing this?" he yelled, his voice reverberating through the stillness, filled with a rage that ignited the air. "You don't understand." Each word was a knife, carving deeper into the chasm that separated us, a reminder of dreams dashed and promises broken. I felt the heat of his anger wash over me, mingling with my own desperation. "No, Marcus! You're losing yourself." My voice cracked, desperation clawing at my throat. I reached for him, fingers trembling, but the distance between us felt infinite. The shadows danced like phantoms, taunting us, reminding me of every moment we had drifted apart, every choice that had led us here. The warehouse, once a refuge, transformed into a crucible where our fractured souls would either ignite or extinguish. Suddenly, Lisa stepped forward, her fierce resolve illuminating the darkness. "We can fight this. Together?" The words fell from her lips, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. Yet, even as I saw the strength in her eyes, I felt the weight of our shared history pressing down like an iron mantle. Would our bond be enough? In that moment, I remembered the bridge, the laughter, the shadows, and the promise made beneath the depths of the sky. Marcus laughed, a hollow sound that cut through the air sharper than glass. Together? You think we can build something out of this chaos? You're both fools. His laughter echoed, a chilling reminder of the life we had lost, the shattered dreams we had once clung to. Anger flared within me as the specters of our past rose up, a twisted tapestry woven from love and betrayal. You're wrong, Marcus, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. We can't let this darkness win. We have to fight for each other. The words tumbled out, raw and unfiltered, a plea for a connection that felt like a fragile thread dangling over a precipice. Lisa stepped closer, her determination radiating like the sun breaking through the gloom. You're not alone in this. We're stronger together. Each syllable struck me, reverberating in the hollow spaces of my heart, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the despair. And then silence fell, heavy and suffocating, wrapping around us like a shroud. It was a moment suspended in time, where the air crackled with unspoken truths. I could feel the weight of every choice, every moment leading us here pressing down on my shoulders. The world outside faded, the cacophony of life replaced by the rhythm of our breathing, the desperate pulse of survival. Suddenly, the door creaked open, light flooding the darkness, illuminating our faces, each a tapestry of anguish, yet also of resilience. I felt my heart race as silhouettes moved against the blinding light. In that instant, everything shifted. Shadows morphed into reality, and the battle for our future began, a tempest that would either drive us apart or bind us together. As we stood at the precipice of uncertainty, I realized we were not just fighting for ourselves, but for every bridge we had yet to build. The air thickened with possibility, each breath hanging heavy with the promise of what could be. Together, we would step into the unknown, weaving threads of connection from the frayed edges of our broken past. And in that moment, the darkness lost its grip, just for a heartbeat. The echoes of our hearts grew louder, the fierce determination ignited a spark that could not be extinguished. The battle was only beginning, but we would face it, together, as one.